F12. Langsung aja selamat datang di channel kleponkliwonyt. Welcome yang udah datang ataupun yang bakal datang. Oke, ini Hangout Hangout aja itu aja. Aku udah makan waktu sih. Besok besok harus bangun sih. Besok itu spiral sama event. Nah, cek pas banget loh. Satu aja di 60. Heal dulu bisa bagaikan dalam air. Udah gitu aja. Oh iya, kalau nonton replay terus dapat apa? Kalau nonton replay dan kebagian sini, kenapa aku undurin video sehari? Soalnya gue kesiangan. Saya seminggu tuh sama satu dan lain hal udah. Aduh salah. Di dulu harusnya. Ya. Kayak ini ya. Nah, dapat kan? Nah. Aduh lupa. Dan aja.
Solidified.
Ada ambil.
I see everything. Sharing my knowledge. Don't
Oh, sakit. Udah, bayangin deh. Terus kemana bro? Oh, gitu. Cuy. Ini kumpulin tinggi lagi. Topi.
Skilled at something doesn't make it a hobby.
Ya awalnya kaku banget orangnya ya kayak. Dia kayak lagi apa? Apa namanya jalan-jalan, Pak? Bocil. Anak kecil. Wow. Kecil lah. Ya, tidak sus. Ya. Nah, kita pergi sendiri. Belum pernah lihat ya. Tapi kontak. Apakah saya harus
Allow me.
tunggu? Yuk. Terus ya oke nanti bilang nggak boleh. Bukan kaku banget. Biasa dong. Apa ya? Nah, astaga, lucu banget ini. Jurnal apa ya kompetitif kotak maksudnya gak ada kerjaan gitu ya. Jadi buat aja apa namanya fasilitas umum biar ada laporan keuangan. Yalah, suka sekali sama ini request ini. biasa aja. Oh, oh, itu kalau di tiga berkali-kali sih. Oh, ban. Lanjut. Ah, nanti minta questnya ya. Hampir salah orang ya. Manajer toko. Panggilan AI. Nih. Aduh, kaku banget. Iya, bro. Santai aja. Oh. Ini bisa ngobrol dulu satu. Pojok. Aduh, kasihan banget sih. Oh, waduh. Wah, ini. Oh, dasar mau aneh ya. Ih, ngocok. Jadi kita tanya. YouTube. Ya kemana? Ih, sudah.
There's no point worrying about the future. Case
Sarah, Sarah.
Mbak. Iya, ambil. Vergil. Udah nih.
Behold! The wind rises.
Add Ast. Thank you for
Aduh, tidak. Oh iya, jadi dulu. Mana bu? Ih, kamu tahu relenya kaku banget ya, kemarin di sini sama di sini kan situ lagi. Ada view lagi.
by royal decree.
Stabilize.
Don't blink.
Ini ada lagi ya. Ini bos.
With sword comes shadow. Hey! Incoming. Yeah. I summon thee.
Ush, apa bang?
Stabilize.
Make yourselves at home. Speed of light. Nowhere to hide. Incoming. Hey! Everyone hold hands. Midnight Phantasmagoria.
I will have order.
Don't blink. With sword comes shadow.
Terus boys, selamat datang kembali.
Oz revealed by. Hey! Share my knowledge.
Pakai ini lagi deh.
Rise.
Itu salah. Apa?
Incoming. Cut to the chase.
The wrong test subject.
Info build Faisal. Ini Faisal itu artefak baru. Kalau belum ada ya seadanya dulu lah. Weapon udah seringkas aja kalau ada. Talent 115. Gak upgrade tapi ya udah. Tuh. Oh iya belum ada statnya aja. Statnya cuma 100. 64. Damage belum gede, langsung udah gitu aja. Itu.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Mantep, mantep.
Solidify.
Udah aja.
By royal decree. Don't blink. Nowhere to hide. I see everything. Hup. Hup. Yeah. Speed of light.
Ini kena ya.
Don't blink.
Ay. Main artefak aja kali ya. Tapi butuh siapa ya? Aku kemarin main kok aja gitu. Kita kesini aja.
No rest for the wicked. Gather.
Everyone hold hands. Incoming. With sword comes shadow.
Ada kok, ada sebenarnya.
Hey,
Ada sebenarnya.
make yourselves at home.
Pakai udah nanti aja lah.
Hup. Don't blink.
This is order. Stabilize.
Wings of darkness.
Aku bukan
Separate night from day.
aku bukan play bubur soalnya. Tapi nggak apa-apa lah, santai aja.
Incoming.
Map tidak akan kemana-mana kok. Oh, nice banget ini. Lanjutkan dulu. You damn neck, ini bisa. Ribet banget. Itu ini sih. Memang apa? Permasalahan di banyak players.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Gather.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
Semoga bisa ini lah. Semoga
I see everything.
bisa dapat device mumpuni lah.
Stabilize.
Midnight Phantasmagoria! Make yourselves at home! Hey! Speed of light! Cut to the chase! Don't blink!
Enak banget. Kan PP enggak nyetek, enggak ada kit PP. Ya sih tinggal apa? Tinggal apa? Seminggu lagi sampai 4,1 kejar mapnya. Bukan 100% ya.
I summon thee!
Solidify.
Ambil. Mana sih? Oh, ini dia. Nah,
Everyone hold hands! Incoming! With sword comes shadow!
keren.
Sharing my knowledge!
As you wish, main Fräulein. Gather.
Nowhere to hide! Speed of light! Don't blink! Hey!
Dapat apa ini? Ih, gila, di damage ada cetaknya sebentar.
No rest for the wicked. Stabilize.
I see everything! Incoming! Cut to the chase!
Uts.
Hey! The Temple of Wisdom! Don't blink!
Belum sabar.
Order
Dia
guide you.
terus ini.
Gather.
Dapat
With sword comes shadow!
seret. Ya. Wah, gak ada kok. Tes main artefak dulu. Wah, itu banyak banget itu kayak 10 ada nggak? 10 ada sih kayaknya. Biasa update patch ya 10 GB itu kayaknya. But, kemarin sih 7 sih ingat. Kemarin 11. 10 11 gede. Storage laptop saya mulai meringis. Ini Hangout nanti pakai apa ini? Mau Mizu kayak. Siapa? Ini aja deh.
Got a job for me?
Oke. Uh, bisa 54. Iya, aku juga segituan, kayak aku juga segituan. kudu kudu kosongnya banyak uang sih. Ini pakai ini aja. Kayak ini dulu. Aku kesini dulu. Saya 54. Iya sama kayak aku 53. Terakhir cek. Itu mau siapa ya? Ini. Mana nih orangnya? Ada bunga. Aman. Dua lima enam apa? Oke, udah cukup sih harusnya mah. Or SSD. Kurang tahu sih, insya Allah cukup sih. Oh, data quest. Aku belum pernah loh. Bentar. Terus fokusnya di mana ya? Oke itu. Data quest ngapusnya gimana caranya? Gue lupa. Ya gitulah, ntar. Hapus, bisa hapus ya hapus. Oh, atau ini. Aku ada ide tapi belum tahu seberapa ampuh sih. Jadi kayak gue toko online beli apa plus apa nih? Itu nggak sih? Prestige 2 TB 2 terabyte. Jadi kalau ada data yang sekiranya peti atau masuk ke situ sih. Cuma resikonya iya kalau rusak aja sih nggak ketolong biasanya. Gue takutnya gitu sih. Yang semua data yang sekiranya besar banget gitu. Tapi kalau install game di PlayStation kekurangannya lemot. Gua nggak bisa, harus kayak artis gak sih baru enak banget. Tapi nggak tahu, aku belum nyoba lagi. Ini tadi siapa ya? Gue lupa. Nggak, data lain, file kamu yang lain, yang kayak ini sih, kayak misalnya kalau ada video kan itu isinya besar banget itu kan. Gue pindah ke flash disk, data yang lain pokoknya, yang besar, yang sekiranya besar itu. Kalau enggak, gini sih, gue belum pernah nyoba tapi upgrade Google apa beli Google Drive itu beli kapasitas kayaknya. Tapi belum pernah nyoba sih, karena belum pengen beli aja sih. Upgrade langsung aja ya. Ya sedih banget. Biar ada face saya gitu bener tak bener ya, ya spesial ke nice banget, tapi coba ada kriteria sih sebenarnya. Tes preferensi lagi. Berarti ya CR minus attack rate. Dua opsi. Gak apa-apa deh. Sama jalan. Yang satu lagi. Langsung aja. Oh my god, 22,7 itu. Waduh. Tapi langka sih. Gue simpen aja deh. Langka banget ini. Oke. Ini langka banget. Apa lagi mau jawab kita? Oke, udah itu aja. Dan Nemo ini dulu sih. Onset kata-kata tapi jadi dihapus sebenarnya. Dua tujuh ya loh. Masuk semua. Aduh. Nice banget. Itu bayangin yang masuk crit semua tuh. Mana itu? Oh, not bad banget sih. Pernah langka banget itu. Terus ya nggak ada kayaknya. Gue ini satu deh ya pakai KT sets ya. Hangout. lumayan ya. Oh. Mana dulu nih enaknya? Apa dulu kan? Salah. Apa dulu nggak apa-apa dah. Dan dulu kesesalan yang hubungan. Oh, sepuh bantu apa? Oh, halo, selamat datang. Aku udah subrek. Makasih ya. Apa yang mau dibantu? Jangan aja.
I've taken a look at your proposal. It's much better than the ones you showed me before, but I'd still like to make some changes.
Oh, come on, not again. Isn't this the 6th proposal I've shown you? What's your issue this time?
It's a bit hard to put into words, but the design still doesn't look quite right to me.
I have to say, that's a terribly vague and unconvincing explanation. Please, what would feel more right to you?
Oh, saya juga YouTuber ya. Oh, bantu subscribe. Oke, dicatat ya. Summon. Habis ini ya. Tak cek.
For starters, don't you think this roof is jutting out a bit too far from the top? It looks almost like the head of a fungus. This door, too. I don't think it needs to be nearly this large. If you could reduce it to around my height, you could use the leftover materials to construct a few more rooms.
The roof and the door are the most fundamental parts of a building. If we were to change them, then what would be left of the design? Even if the soul of the building won't be lost, all traces of architectural style would be gone. Anyone with the slightest inkling of architectural knowledge would know to leave it alone.
Ini aku apa namanya? Channel ya? Pintaling ya?
Oh, I understand the principles of what
Ih,
you're saying,
500
of
loh.
course, but
Udah besar loh.
the truth
Wow.
remains that
Nice
I'm
banget.
still a bit unhappy with the design as is. Is there anything else that you can do?
Betul.
Oh, actually, I just got an idea. Can we get rid of all the extraneous sections on the roof so the whole design will just be one vertical structure, similar to that of a tree trunk?
What?
Tahu cara nyarinya. Misalnya akan muncul. nggak nemu.
Don't architects often say that symmetry makes everything more balanced and pleasing to the eye? This way, the proportions will be completely balanced.
I really don't know how you managed to come up with such a ridiculous idea. Wait, don't tell me. Someone hired you specifically to commission me and put me through the ringer? Come to think of it, though, I really don't think I've gotten on anyone's bad side recently. Anyway, that's it. I will not be working on this commission anymore. Goodbye.
Temperamennya kenceng banget ya.
Hey, young man, please wait.
Ih,
Were my requests out of line?
terus apa? Oh,
Doing detective work means you gotta walk the walk. No, I mean literally. I need to search
oh
high and
ini,
low for
iya iya.
evidence.
Oh, nggak ada ini ya. Stream. Oh, nggak ada ML. Roblox. Kalau nih apa nonton ini lagi aku sudah bantu. Gila. Depresi banget.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever.
Oh gila. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, hey. I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at the tavern? Don't listen to anyone who says that drinking is an elegant pastime. It's no good for your health.
Gue ngebuntutin kamu. Janganlah.
So you saw all that, did you? Ugh, I thought I was in the clear. I made sure to double check that nobody I knew was around. Anyway, thanks for looking out for me. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm used to it by now. Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of wine. Same as
Aduh,
last
orang
time.
kalau ada masalah larinya agur deh.
Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Jus.
Wine and a glass of juice coming right up.
Oh gila, mabuk dia.
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look for me. If word gets out, other potential clients might be afraid to work with that guy, though. What was he even going on about? All those ridiculous demands of his? He's just a blabbering fool trying to Another glass, please, boss. I'm not leaving today till someone has to carry me.
You've got it, sir. I gotta say, though, it almost feels like you're saying that every other day now.
It really is every other day that you'd run into a client who knows nothing about construction requirements or architectural style. If this was in the past, I'd never have gone through 6 whole drafts trying to accommodate the client's preferences. But perhaps getting used to this just means that I've grown numb to it. I've worked on so many projects since graduation, and none of them have been approved at the first pass. I would spend a lot of time altering my designs, and by the time the clients were finally satisfied, all my passion and enthusiasm would be gone. It feels like I'm straying further and further from my artistic vision with every I suppose, though, that just sticking to your guns and completely disregarding other people's feedback would also not be a good thing. All of this makes for a real paradox, one that particularly crops up in my work, too. In the end, what is the true meaning of art? Should I
Here's your drink. How are
curcoy.
you already spouting nonsense after just one glass? Your tolerance is usually...
Boss, what do you think is the meaning of art?
Oh,
The meaning of art? Really, my friend, who in Sumeru understands art better than you? Anyway, I don't know about art, but I do know that I'm interested in business, and some patrons are waiting to be served. So, you'll have to excuse me for now. Just...
What do you think, traveler?
wah. Entah, aku juga bingung ya. Tapi dia tanda tanya aku ragu berarti.
Exactly. So our thoughts on the meaning of art are rather similar. In Sumeru, and especially Sumeru of the past, the arts are not a popular discussion topic. Trying to talk about the arts is basically the key to killing any conversation. It's too bad that I'm not in my best form today. Otherwise, we could have talked about this for a little longer. Sounds great to me. I don't even want to think about this project anymore. But what should we do? It's probably not a good idea to just drink until I pass out here.
Wah, ganti karir.
A different career. I see. That's not a bad idea. I think I've heard a saying somewhere before. 80% of a working adult's woes are due to not having enough mora in the bank. It's just a saying, of course, but even I will admit that my life would be a lot better if I could make additional mora.
Bener ya.
And if I want to make mora, I should finish that ridiculous commission. But I really can't find it in me to go back. Hold on! I just remembered that I used to have a senior classmate by the name of Alkami.
Oh,
If memory serves me right, he's no longer taking private commissions, but he's still doing pretty well for himself. Maybe I'll be able to get some advice from him. Yeah, I should get on this right away. No more wine for me today. I'll grab the bill and be on my way.
Coba. Mau cek. Pates. 1, 2, 3. Coba 2.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing here at stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, I'll have a glass of... Do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a
I know you're already keeping a secret from me. That guy... Another glass.
You've got it.
It really is, but perhaps getting used to... I would spend a... I suppose, though, that all of this makes for a...
Here's your drink.
Boss?
The meaning of... Anyway, I don't know about...
What do you think? Exactly. In Sumeru, it's too bad that I'm not in... Thanks for offering, but you've seen how he is. He understands nothing about my design, And all the suggestions he made were as if he just wanted to mock me. Okay, it is possible that I was just jaded by my well, given I'm already on my 6th draft, I can probably push myself to make. There's no time to waste. The wine can wait until another time. I'll go take care of the bill.
Misterius. Cari klien. Gue tahu nih. Buka ini ya, cabang.
Taking this commission was truly the worst decision ever. Actually, while we're on that, what are you doing? Stress is just an inescapable part of being a working adult. Boss, do you want something too? I'll put it on my tab.
Wine in a
I know you're already keeping a secret from me, but if you could add this one to the list as well, I'd really appreciate it. Arguing with a client is not a good look. That guy, though. Another glass, please.
You've got it, sir.
It really is but perhaps getting used to this, I would spend a lot of time. I suppose, though, that just sticking to all of this makes for a real paradox.
Here's your drink.
Boss, what do you...
The meaning of anyway, I don't know.
What do you think? Exactly. In Sumeru, it's too bad that I'm not in... Sounds great to me. Huh? I mean, it's not like it's some kind of secret. You probably already know some bits and pieces of my past. My mother is also an architect. I've always adored her drawings, and when I was young, I used to sit next to her and watch her bring all kinds of buildings to life on paper. You could say my interest in architecture just naturally grew with time. Perhaps. In fact, I have also seen my mother argue with her clients, but she would always quickly find the motivation to return to her work. Unfortunately, I've barely had any contact with her since she remarried and moved abroad. Even if I wanted to ask her about her ability to stay positive after an argument, it would seem rude to barge into her life again over something. I did remember something else, though. When my mother left, she only carried some small personal luggage with her. She left most of the belongings in the house. At the time, she even told me that it would be great if I could learn a few lessons. I hadn't quite come to grips with my emotions, and didn't really have it in me to go through any sentimental items. So I just packed anything with memories away in a box, and it's been a really long time. Now that so many years have passed, maybe I have finally developed the maturity I need to face those memories without losing my mind.
Espo.
Yeah, sorry, I've had too much to drink and wasn't thinking clearly. You're right. I should do these kinds of things with the support of a friend. Speaking of that, I can call you a friend now, right? Either way, thanks for reminding me that I can invite you to come along. Had I just gone back by myself, it would have looked like I'm deliberately trying to keep thinking too hard about the words is giving me a headache, so I'll just give it to you straight.
Halus.
Thanks to your advice, I have decided to put my current projects on pause for now. If you want to stick around and see how this will turn out, you'll be sure to encounter some bits and pieces of my past. Do you think you'd find that too? All right, then let's head back together. I mean, you already know where I live. Who knew that the day would come when I too... Let me see. I should have tidied up the place before I left the house this morning. Alhaitham shouldn't be home now either. He's usually in the records room at this time of... Anyway, there's no more time for drinks. I'll go take care of the bill.
Terima kasih orang tajir. Yuk, ini dulu. Aku mau tangan cari klien. Sini dulu deh. Yang serius dulu. Oh, dia tahu dari mana dia tipe omos. Tempat berteduh di padang pasir. Hai, dia lagi jalan-jalan.
Kaveh, what are you doing here?
I've changed my mind. I was overreacting earlier. Can we try discussing the project some...
My apologies as well. Now that I think about it, some of my requests were indeed a bit unreasonable. If I choose you to create the design for my project, I should have a bit more faith in your vision.
Thank you for understanding. Mutual
okay.
trust is the basis for good communication. Now that we've got that out of the way, I think we can have a more productive conversation. To be perfectly honest, your commission request has been the most peculiar one I've ever received.
Peculiar tuh bahasa aneh gak sih? Unik ya.
Even now, I still know nothing about the building's intended purpose. All I know is that you want to build something in the desert for public use. I am aware that overly specific requests will restrain the architect's artistic freedom. However, knowing nothing about the intended purpose of the building also means I have no idea if I'm on the right track. I've produced several draft proposals for you to choose from, and you've rejected every single one. If we don't get on the same page, it could be a decade before we can finally break ground on this project.
Yes, I've given this some thought already. I think we can go with the general direction of the latest proposal that you... It's just... Putting the building design aside, can we get some less expensive materials for the floor tiles? Yeah, I know someone in the business, and the red bricks he sells, the timber here as well. We should be able to...
Please give me a moment. My head's starting to hurt again. So, let me get this straight. You want to reduce the cost of the project, right? But if we implement your suggestions, then I'm afraid we have to scrap the entire design. Architectural design cannot be neatly split into discrete parts. Any change to one part of the design will affect the quality of the whole thing. I decided to utilize high-end timber for this section because the weight-bearing structure requires the supporting materials to be durable and strong.
Gue maunya muka, tapi kan mintanya apa? Public usage ya.
Same with the tiles. Switch them out and the entire mural will have to be redesigned. More importantly, if we make such a change, both its practical functionality and aesthetic value will take a great hit. If all you need is a building with a roof that can keep people dry in the rain, you shouldn't have commissioned me. Many architects would be able to build you one of those while charging far less in commission fees.
Actually, Please tell me, are you absolutely sure that there's no room for any changes in this draft of the design?
I think the most important thing for me is to understand what you would actually like to get. If you could tell me more about your vision, I might be able to work with the design some more. You are the client, after all. You should have the final say on how the project turns out.
I want to build something unique. Something quiet and warm inside. A refuge that can block out the world outside. I want all who enter this building to be able to temporarily forget everything that's going on outside of the building and just focus on their task.
Ini bahasa singkatnya apa? Tempat ibadah.
That's a bit more information than last time, but it's still extremely vague. To put it another way, every rich person who wants to build a mansion for themselves would request something like this. We've gone through many proposals, and this draft is already the cheapest one. Cutting costs by substituting building materials will not only detract from the overall effect of the building, it also won't save you much mora in the grand scheme of things.
Nah, bener kan.
Thank you for giving it so much thought. Please give me some more time to mull over the budget. I'll get back to you once I've figured out a solution. I still have a few business meetings that I must attend, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave for now. You can just leave the proposal as is. I'll get in touch once I've given it some more thought.
Bye.
I also have a similar feeling. Is that really okay? I mean, what he does now is none of our business. He does seem really suspicious, though. He dresses like a rich person, but when you talk to him, he hardly sounds the part. That's actually pretty common. Not all rich people are spendthrifts. Many are just, as if not more, stingy. The more mora some people have, the more they love interfering with people's lives. Like constantly reminding you to pay back your debts, or hinting every other day that it's time for you to pay rent.
Dia pakai banyak duit juga. Aduh, ini catut gak sih? Jadi kalian kalau ketemu teman tajir, terus ya dia apa? Ada masalah orang ikut campur itu. Ya, tapi ikut campurnya kayak ganggu. Nah, ini orangnya. Ini deskripsi pas ya. Lagi utang terus-terusan. Nama juga utang sih sebenarnya. Lagi uang sewa setiap hari, setiap sehari. Oh, typo nih. Lagi uang sewa, lagi utang. Nah, itu lebih ke umrah gak sih?
Actually, now that I think about it, I'm not even sure this person really wants to work on this project with me. Putting his vague requests aside, he's still finding excuses to procrastinate even when we've decided. Who knows how long construction will take if he keeps delaying things like this? We should find him again and get some clearer answers. The sooner we can break ground on this, the better.
Okay. Ikuti, wow.
Huh? Where did he go? I could have sworn he went this way. Let's keep looking.
Ayo.
Oh, hey, look! Isn't that Badawi? It sure looks like him, but he's dressed completely different now. What is he up to?
Didn't I tell you before? I'm not looking for more workers.
Tidak butuh pekerja.
Plus, aren't you a bit old for physical labor? If something happens to you, I won't be able to pay for it.
Oh, you won't have to worry about that. I grew up as an eremite mercenary and worked in the desert my entire life. My body's still in great shape.
Iya.
I don't have many talents, but I still have my muscle. If you need someone to unload goods or drive away sumpter...
You used to be an eremite mercenary?
I know there are a lot of bad apples in our ranks, but most are just trying to make a living. We're not that greedy by nature, and we'll do our best when given a job.
Let me think. I'm sorry, but I still can't take you in. I don't have any open positions right now, and don't have the mora for anything more. How about this? Why don't you try your luck somewhere else?
Cekak nih bahasa.
Okay.
He used to be a member of the Eremites? Huh. From the way he was dressed, I would have thought he was a merchant from the rainforest. Let's ask him about it.
Oh, cegat ya. Tiba-tiba kita kebetulan lewat tuh. Buset.
we meet again.
Hai,
Huh? Why are you guys here?
kita lagi jalan-jalan.
That's what we wanted to ask you. Who are you? Why did you dress up like a merchant to talk? There's no need for us to continue this project if you still want to keep hiding things from us. I don't work with individuals I can't
Believe me, I didn't have any bad intentions. It's just... All right, there's no point hiding anything anymore. The building I'm trying to commission you for is not really a personal residence for me,
Oh,
but rather a library for children living in the...
A library? Funded entirely by yourself? Shouldn't this be the responsibility of the academia? I've heard that the academia will be looking to prioritize the desert with the allocation of educational resources and materials. It sent over a large shipment of regular goods just last month.
You're right, and I was aware of these happenings as well. I just figured what I want to do is a separate effort from what's already... The desert is too vast. Even if the academia spends a lot of effort trying to disseminate knowledge in those parts, it might still take
idealis ya.
decades, if not centuries, to reduce the educational gap that already exists between the two regions. And what's more, I don't know if the academia would ever reverse its stance in the future. All I know is that as a desert dweller, we should not wait passively for good things to
Gila,
happen
Rob,
to
ya.
us. If we only did that, we'd never be able to stand up and hold our heads high.
Ada lagi kere.
I don't have much longer left on this world, so I just want to use whatever time I have to contribute something to my homeland. I didn't want you to know that I came from the desert. I've lived in the desert my entire life, and there wasn't anyone here that I could trust. I figured I needed as much safety as I could get.
To the point that you even disguised your identity? That's certainly taking playing it safe to the next level. Hold on. Don't tell me you've also been scammed before.
When I first came to Sumeru City, I brought a lot of Mora, hoping to find an architect that I could work with. Someone agreed to take on the project, and even took a sum of Mora from me, but then disappeared without a trace. After that, I heard that there are a lot of untrustworthy people in this business. Some would run as soon as they've been paid, while others would deliberately use expensive materials and take a cut of the construction funding. I spent a while collecting information in the city, and eventually learned that you're the most famous architect in all of Sumeru. I figured that you wouldn't need to make Mora by scamming people, so I decided... By the way, how did you know I was scammed? I don't think I've ever mentioned that to any...
Just a hunch. A while ago, I accepted an offer to work on a project in the desert, and was also scammed out of a large sum of Mora.
Oh,
I ran into someone who was living in a pretty run-down house. I noticed a load-bearing wall on the verge of collapse, and suggested that I build a new house for him. He said that he had no way to pay for it, so I loaned him some of my own Mora, and told him to get some stone and timber from the local vendors. Soon after that, I found out that he had gone gambling with all the money, and lost everything, down to the last coin.
ah. Si Pindo. Wah, main slot dia. Orang ini emang.
And after that, he even borrowed Mora from me twice more, using a different excuse each time. I didn't even suspect him of any wrongdoing until he hired a group of mercenaries and tried to ambush me in his own house. According to him, I looked like an easy target because I was an academia scholar who didn't have any family or friends in the desert.
Wah.
What kind of person would just look at someone else and think, this guy looks like an easy target?
Those kinds of things do happen every once in a while, yes. Folks like him are the exact reason why us desert dwellers' reputation have gone down the drain. I must apologize to you on their behalf.
It's all right. You were also scammed by someone from Kasharwar after all. I should apologize to you. Ultimately, neither of our experiences had anything to do with the desert or the rainforest. People who are new to an area are always... Yeah, you'll find both good and bad people everywhere. I can't understand the logic of those who like to take advantage of others, but I have to accept their existence as a fact of life. Anyway, I digress. Let's return to the topic at hand. Did you keep rejecting my designs because you thought I was deliberately using expensive materials to
That's what I was afraid of initially, yes. I eventually understood that you weren't out to cheat me. But unfortunately, I still don't have nearly enough mora to pay for the design you propose. I've done the math and know that we should be able to make it if we cut some corners. However, after our conversations, I can see that you're passionate about your design, and I'm quite fond of the proposal. So, I decided to try and see if I can afford your proposal as is. I've been looking for work every day, and in another month, I should be able to cobble together enough mora to meet the budget.
By cobble together, you mean you're going to spend your entire life savings on this project? But then, what will you do if something unexpected comes up, and you find yourself stuck with no emergency fund?
Oh,
To be honest, I haven't really thought about that. I mean, when you've lived to be my age and something happens, you can't really call it unexpected anymore. All I want is to build this library before I leave this world, so that the children of the future would have some books to read, and the desert dwellers would be able to learn their letters and pick up some practical knowledge.
kayaknya semangat sekali soal
A
proyek.
while ago, I heard that the academia had decided to recruit a number of exceptional children from the desert. Of course, this is welcomed news. But as someone who spent their entire life in the desert, I still have a few concerns. I know the desert life and can predict what the problems will be. Many children from the desert have had neither the interest nor the proper environment to learn. So even if the academia would take them in, once they enter the halls, they might find themselves surrounded by other children who look and act very differently from them. And as a result, they might become socially isolated.
Yes, I can imagine that. My father passed away at an early age. Even though I had a good number of friends during my years at the academia, for some time, I still sensed many critical looks in my direction. I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an even harder time. But let's bring this back to the building itself. I think you said that you want this building to be quiet and warm, with its doors serving as a solid barrier to block out the sound and fury outside, and allow one to focus on the book in their hands. Building it according to the current plan will be quite costly. Even if I don't charge you any commission fees, I don't think we'd be able to keep it under your budget. Any ideas on what...
Nah, ketiga dan saya pedagang masuk pasar. Apa ya?
Sponsor the project? You mean convince wealthy merchants to join our cause and pool their money together to build the... That does make sense. A library is a big project, and it's going to be hard to fund it with just a single person's mora.
Ya. Ya.
What do you think? If we can find others to sponsor the project, we could potentially increase the size of the building 2- or 3-fold.
It's all fine with me, but where do you think we'll be able to find the...
Well, you're right. If I really think about it, I'm not too familiar with many big-name merchants.
Wah, ini lagi. Dia bisa minta
Her? Hard pass. With her shrewd and greedy personality, she would never put Mora into something like this. Now there's an idea. She probably won't say no if all she needs to do is to make some introductions instead of spending Mora. Let's go and pay her a visit.
ya. Apa harus dia? Kita cek lagi ya. Wah, oh ini. Aku buka dulu yang atas. Oh, ini panjang sih.
We meet?
Huh?
That's what we wanted to.
Skip ya.
There's no.
Believe me. All right.
A library? I've heard that the
You're right. The desert is too. And what's all I know is I don't have much longer left on. I didn't want you to.
to the point that you eat.
When I first, someone agreed to. After that, I spent a while. By the way,
Just a hunt. I ran into someone. He said that he had. And after that, he even. According to him.
those kinds of things.
It's all right. Ultimately, neither of our experience. Yeah, you'll find. Anyway, I digress.
That's what I was. I've done the math. So, to be honest, all I want is to build this life. A while ago, I know the so even if
My father, I'm sure a child coming all the way from the desert will have an. But let's bring this back to the building. Building it according to the. A slightly different style.
Oh,
Give me a minute. Most architects would probably
Amber.
prioritize cutting costs and removing extra features in this situation. Indeed, converting the building into a simple
Correct.
bungalow would solve most of our problems. However, I do not think this would be the best solution.
kaya arsitek bakal fokus untuk biaya. Start.
While it's true that the aesthetic value of a building is often viewed as an afterthought, neglecting it has some long-term negative consequences. It is especially undesirable in this situation, as the library will serve a high number of children. To completely give up on the more aesthetic design would mean stripping the children of an opportunity to appreciate the beauty of architecture. I share Badawi's sentiments in wanting to preserve a more. However, if we can reduce the ornate aspects of the design while maintaining its fundamental elegance, which is to say we won't touch the arches and stone pillars, but make changes elsewhere. To make up for the loss of regular details, we would need to put a lot of extra effort into the layout, lines, and color.
I see. Would that really be?
It just increases the difficulty of the design. You should feel lucky that out of all the architects in the city, you chose to approach me. Most of the others would have given up on this. As for inspiration, I think I might have something in mind, but I need to visit the
nice.
site to make sure. Where do you want this place to be built? Tell me the exact location.
Aru Village. Although it wasn't my childhood home, I think it'll be the best site.
Okay, then we can pay a visit to Aru Village.
Is there something I can do for you? I've already caused you a lot of trouble before, and now you're revising the design again because of me. Which draft are we?
Let me think. You said you used to be an Eremite mercenary, right? In that case, you could help us clear out some monsters that are blocking the way to our. We want to keep the roads clear and reduce the loss of materials during transport to a minimum. If everything goes well, that.
All right, just leave it to me. If there's anything I'm good at, it's clearing out monsters.
What are you waiting for then? Let's pack up and get ready to go.
Tuh. Oke. Oke, kita simpen. Gue simpen. Baik, sini aja. Iya. Tadinya masih satu.
Now here are some unexpected guests. What brings you to the Palace of Alcazar? When I saw Kaveh, I almost thought it must be that time of month again. Sadly for me, I must wait a few more days before I can collect my shiny Mora.
Hey, can't you think of something else for a change? You are literally living in an objet d'art, and yet your mind is still fixated on nothing but Mora? What is the point of wealth, anyway? Is your happiness entirely dependent on your hoard of cold, emotionless Mora?
That's exactly right. Mora is extremely valuable, you see. If you don't keep your mind on it, your Mora may just find its way to somebody else's pockets. If you ask me, this place is still way too empty. Just give me some time and I'll fill it to the brim with lots and lots of Mora.
You're hopeless.
Hopeless.
Oh, so you have an actual reason to visit me? Alright, let's hear it.
Tolong dong bang, kenalin ke
Merchants? Why? Is there some kind of business opportunity? Oh, I see. So you're just looking for someone to help you fit the bill.
I knew you wouldn't be interested in something like this. Still, you wouldn't refuse just making some introductions for us, would you?
dia bilang coba dia bilang bayar ya.
Sure, I can connect you with some folks.
Ya.
With every service comes a fee, you know.
Iya dong.
Fee? You mean just for introductions?
Of course! Making introductions means using my connections and putting my reputation on the line. Why wouldn't I charge a fee for something so important? And since we've known each other for so long, though, I'll give you a huge returning customer
Iya.
discount.
Wah, habis nih.
How about 500,000 Mora?
500,000? I guess that's okay. But why are you charging a fee before we've even secured any funding? That just doesn't seem right. Besides, by helping us out, you'd be doing a great service to the public. Can't you take your mind off your Mora even for just 1 second and focus on something far more important?
Ancang emang. Oke.
Very well. Since you're so passionate about this project, I'll help you out and waive the introduction fees. 3 of my business partners came by earlier today to discuss some things with me, and they still haven't left yet. I'll arrange a meeting for you, and just so we're clear, it'll be up to you to present your project and discuss any deals.
Thank you so much.
You can wait here.
Oh,
I'll bring it
number.
over to you.
Dua. Ih, 1, 2, 3.
Speak with the butler if there's something you need.
Let me think.
Dory gave us a brief introduction about the two of you. You are Kaveh, the renowned architect, and you are the traveler.
udah
Practically
pernah
all of Teyvat
lihat
has
deh.
heard of you by now. To be frank, I don't feel like there's an obvious business opportunity here, but since Dory took the time to introduce you, we can spend some time to have a conversation. So,
All right, here's the situation. I've been commissioned to build a library in the desert, with the intended goal of allowing the desert dwellers to have more access to reading materials.
So it's a public welfare project.
Welfare.
Correct.
Then the commission fees will likely be very low. You should be careful.
I'm not too concerned about how much I'll get for the commission fees, actually. I'm fine with doing it for free. I just want to get this project rolling as soon as possible. We're just a little short on funding.
so what? You can't possibly expect that we just cover the shortfall for you. Besides, what does a library in the desert have to do with us? If you want to build it yourself with your own.
Hey, there's no need to be so harsh. They are Dory's associates after all. Here, can you tell us a bit more about what we can gain from sponsoring this project? So we'd mostly be doing it for reputation and exposure? There is some value to that. It could make doing business in the desert a bit easier.
Well, just speaking for myself, I've got nothing in the desert.
I also have a concern. It feels like there's not much to profit from in the short term. But in the long term, the reputation gain also doesn't sound like it'd offset the cost of the sponsorship.
Then how about this? What if, instead of building a single library, we commit to an entire complex of buildings dedicated to culture and education?
Wouldn't that just cost more?
Yes, but in that case... Mr. Kave, please tell us what you have.
I'll just give an example. If we were to build a library and a school near Aru Village, then the desert dwellers would gradually begin to migrate towards the area. A whole suite of buildings will be able to host more traffic, and thus drive the economic development of the entire area. In turn, that would lead to direct business opportunities. I've been to the desert several times. Although there are still many lingering tensions between the two regions, the amount of interaction has been steadily increasing, and in the long term, the desert will only become more and more important to Sumeru.
You do have a point.
Education in the desert is indeed an industry that has not been tapped into. If we can be the first to place stakes in...
And you just believe anything he tells you?
Oh, ini satu orang.
Even the greenest amateurs know that urban planning will affect population flow. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone on the street to
You.
Wait, something just occurred to me. If we're going to build a library in the desert, Aru Village would obviously be the best place for it. But it seems we're not the only ones with our eyes on the village. I heard a rumor a while back saying a lot of land and buildings in Aru Village have already been secretly purchased by a big-name merchant.
What?
What?
In other words, if we try to join the fray now, there won't be much left. If we want to build a suite of buildings focused on education and culture, Aru Village is the prime location. If we want...
Then there's no hurry. We can wait for Aru Village to develop more first and get into the market for expansion.
But if you were to do that...
Is there nothing else to discuss? Great timing! I pretty much heard all I want to hear. If there are no other urgent matters, I'll be on my way.
Ya,
I'll be off as well. If you have any new ideas, please feel free.
It seems like the others are not interested in funding this, so no point in me doing this on my own.
ya,
Revisit this
Hilang.
another time.
Ga.
Hey, guys, wait! Well, what can I say? I guess it went somewhat as expected. They are Dory's friends, after all. As soon as they heard that there's not much... Yeah, it's just another day doing business with people. But I can never get used to that. Those people never think of anyone... Looks like we'll have to figure out some other way to get the funding. Let's...
How did the meeting go? Want to talk about it?
Oh, lanjut dulu.
Let's get it on!
Oh, where did all that passion go from earlier, I take it you weren't able to...
Please don't tell me that you're here to mock us.
What kind of person do you take me for? Would the kind and generous Lord Sangama Bay really do such a thing? I will say, though, I more or less expected this outcome even before I introduced them to you. You can try to talk up the project all you want, but the facts will remain the same. This project is high investment with slow returns. No sane person would put their money into this.
But this isn't just a business project, right? Also, if you already knew no one would want to partner with us, why did you still try to charge me 500,000 Mora? You scammer!
Oh,
You might want to remember who your creditor is before you start talking like that, Kave.
waduh.
I'll pay back every last coin that I still owe you, but that's a completely different matter.
All right, since you're so devastated about this, I'll set you up for dinner with another big-name merchant. In fact, I'll be inviting the most famous merchant in all of Sumeru, so I'll be counting on your performance.
What? Really? I would like to sincerely apologize for my attitude just now. So, where
Follow me. Oh, I suppose both of you can come.
Wah, jalan.
I just wish that some people would actually do their jobs.
Nggak mau jalan. Dia ikut belakangnya.
This is the place.
You said you're going to introduce us to the most famous merchant in Sumeru. Well, where are they?
Ayah sendiri.
You still don't get it, huh? The most famous merchant in Sumeru?
Huh? So you meant yourself all along? Then why did you bring us
Lucu
here?
juga.
Well, I've given it some thought, and that complex of education and culture buildings that you mentioned does hold some promise. It'll be a pretty big Mora sink, and I'll have to fund it all on my own. But that's not really a problem.
Seriously? Where's this generosity coming from so suddenly? Are you trying to scam me again?
The reasons are not important. What's important is that I'm willing to help you. However, you know just as well as me that once this project actually breaks ground, it'll start sucking Mora from my pockets like crazy. So, to cut costs...
I get it, I get it. I won't charge any commission fees, and I'll take responsibility for the entire project.
Splendid! Then let's sign the contract right away.
Wih, gak pikir.
This way, the children of the desert will have some books to read. Their lives should improve a bit after this. Of course, there are a few things better than using my knowledge to help other people change their fates. I must thank you as well, Dory. I used to say you only cared about Mora, which might have been some prejudice on my part. Sorry for that. I will also try to pay back my debts as soon as possible. Now, let's have a quick discussion. Where would you want the library to be built? That will be the most important.
There's no rush. I'll provide you with a copy of the deed when we get back. You can just use the address on the document.
Huh? The deed? So hold on a sec. The person who has been buying up everything around our village was you all along?
Oh my, did I not tell you about that? Yep, yours truly has been buying up all the land. I must thank you for bringing your ideas to me. Before our conversation, I had no idea what to build on all those lots. So, from my perspective, this has been a great turn of events. I didn't put much in and easily got a lot in return.
But what about my commission fees?
Huh? Didn't you waive those yourself? I was just gonna say that to Kakas. We mustn't procrastinate and should start construction as soon as possible. But before I could finish my sentence, you volunteered to waive your commission fees and even promised to take responsibility for the whole project from start to finish. I am so touched, really.
It's obvious that you used every trick in the book to deceive me. You deliberately paused for a long time while talking about the project and kept glancing at me with that menacing look in your eye.
Huh? You really think so? Well, the contract's already been signed, so there's no point in dwelling on it.
Cuma makannya
You know
doang.
what? I'll pay for tonight's dinner.
Fine, I'll drop the argument on the commission fees. But since you said you're paying for dinner, I'm going to order the best dishes and booze this place has to offer, and lots of it. Tonight, we're feasting until I've recouped my full commission fees.
Tidak. Ih. Ya. Udah minimal makan sambil baik-baik. Ya ulang. Iya. Saya tunggu dering. Tesnya juga.
cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Cyclone!
Push.
Adventure time.
Like a lamb to the
Let's light it up.
Push.
Let's get it on!
Rain outlines your fate.
Benar. Push. Oh, oh nemu rata. Fungsi tata, ini nggak apa-apa. Jangan lagi bangun rumah loh, wow lihat. Lanjut tuh.
Most materials going from Caravan Ribat to Aru Village would pass through here. There are a lot of monsters out here today. If you find it hard to keep up, just let us know.
Oh, don't worry about me. This is nothing. I'll be careful, though, and you should do the same.
Main kafe kan? Ah iya. Basmi mouse itu kayak cek. Pas Galia, Robles, ya biasa. Ada Loyu. Dia bisa main burjen nih.
Look alive. No, my sword.
Salah.
Sight clear.
Yeah.
Rain outlines your fate. Huh?
Salah.
Come at me. Scanning.
No, my sword.
Oh udah. Gue gak sempat make bisa aku. Waduh.
I'm fine. I've spent my entire life fighting these kinds of monsters in the desert, after all. They won't get the best of me.
Ada tampakan tersudah.
But it's one thing to fight against monsters, and another to fight against an old injury. It's something I picked up when I was young. There were many fights between mercenary brigades back then. I don't think much of it back then, but with age, it's caught up to me. Few mercenaries get to enjoy their later years. Failing health tends to take the joy out of reputation and wealth. And many mercenaries never even made much of the latter to begin with.
Is there someone you know who can help to look after you?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh,
my wife
sedih
passed
juga.
away at an early age, and I don't have. Sometimes I'd close my eyes and realize most of my life story has already been written. I have many regrets about my
Oh
past,
gila.
but at the same time, I also know that there were never many options for me in the first place. I joined the Eremites when I was young, and won many battles with them. My survival was more a matter of luck than actual ability. If at all possible, I want future children of the desert to have some more options in life. I don't want them to turn out. My apologies. The older we get, the more we tend to ramble. Seems like we've already cleared out most of the monsters. Let's hurry over to Aru Village.
Oh. Kira
I think
apa?
it's really admirable of him to spend his whole life savings on people he's never met. Maybe he's doing this out of natural kindness, a kindness that hasn't been eroded away by the struggles of his life. Perhaps. To clarify, though, I don't think I'm quite the same. Some people call me an idealist. I do have some sentiments of that general persuasion, such as wanting everyone to be able to lead a happy life. But my situation is more complex than that. In the beginning, what drove me to harbor those thoughts was less idealism and more a desire to make up for a sense of guilt. When I was young, I impulsively encouraged my father to take part in the first Inter-Darshan Championship. He set off confidently hoping to win something for me, but failed to clinch the title. What's more, he fell into depression after the competition and requested to join an investigative research project in the desert. I never saw him again. Word has it that he got caught in quicksand.
Ya, pernah bilang di
Even if
event
other factors may
3,6.
have contributed to his death, the fundamental cause still... I started doing many things in life because I wanted to make amends. Even in cases where I couldn't do something for a specific person, I still did whatever I could. At this point, even I don't know. I've tried self-reflection, but it didn't help. I can't seem to walk away from many things that I see or hear about, even if they don't directly concern me. And I can't quite pinpoint the source of it. Maybe it's just like what those Vahumana scholars often say. It's hard for people to truly understand. I could be doing things out of endless guilt, or I could be doing them out of a strong sense of empathy. It could even just be a matter of conceit. The potential motivations could number in the dozens, but the actions they result in are the same. Anyway, I suppose I don't really mind being called an idealist. They also used that term to describe my father. It seemed to carry fewer connotations back when he was around. I've known Al-Haytham for many years now, and discussed my ideology with him for nearly as long. Maybe argued is a better word. He told me a long time ago that no matter how strong of a swimmer you may be, you'll still get dragged under by the others who are drowning once you run out of stamina. I still believe I should live by my ideals, and I've given him countless reasons why I think it's a good idea to do so. Perhaps my ideals are flawed, but are there really any perfect things in this world? Unfortunately, he remains unconvinced. His personality is the exact opposite of my own. If someone happens to drown next to him, he'll most likely stand on the shore and mumble something along the lines of respecting other people's fates. But as you can see, I'm not the only idealist in the world. Just as there are different seasons, there are also different people. There are many others who will continue to care about the fates of those who are not directly related to them. And when I finally run out of stamina, someone will also reach out and bring me back to shore. Someone will help me, right? Yes, I've already been helped like that.
Perubahan kenal. Bercanda aja kan.
Oh, please. It's not like we're actually talking about swimming. Also, just so you know, I actually took a swimming elective back in the day. Don't underestimate my skills. Either way, I'm feeling much better than when you first found me at the tavern. I can feel inspiration already welling up inside of me. Maybe this will be just the opportunity I needed to create a whole new style. All right.
Mari. Masuk mana? Jangan kabur. Ya, nggak dapet. Odil.
body and mind.
Now that we're here, it's my partner's time to shine. Marak!
Oh, what's this?
My toolbox. I built it using an ancient mechanical core. It's not too smart, but it's super useful and can help me with a variety of... I'll take Marak and find a suitable location for the building. Once that is done, I'll get to work on a few...
Traveler?
Oh, berarti gua. Halo, wah, udah lama ini.
Ah, you know each other?
Hello. I suppose you must be Kaveh from Kasharawar. I have heard of you before. My name is Sataria, and I'm currently the person in charge of promoting educational assistance programs here in the desert.
Educational assistance programs. Then you must be familiar with the local conditions here.
I can't say I'm too familiar just yet, but if you have any questions, I'll try my best to answer.
I've been commissioned by Mr. Badawi to build a library in the desert. We've settled on the general design direction, but we are trying to finalize some details based on the conditions around the intended...
A library? Do you intend to open it to the public for free?
That's right. I want to make sure the children will have books to read.
That's fantastic! I'm sure the children will be thrilled. Right now, we don't have access to many paper books or a quiet place to read. Truth be told, this very thing has been keeping me up at night.
Let me get straight to my questions then. Can you estimate the number of children around here who'd be interested in reading? Besides the usual noise of village pedestrians, are there any other sources of noise in the village? Oh, and have any landslides occurred here recently?
Wah, detail banget.
And also, where are the spots around the village that have been... All right. That should be Badawi. Let's go over the budget again. We'll keep the building structure the same, but make the place a little bigger, so it'll be able to hold more people and get better natural light. The parts of the project that cost the most will be the insulation and ventilation materials. I'm sure you understand, no one likes to read in a place that's hot and stuffy. I want to make significant changes to the arrangement of the bookshelves, tables, and chairs. I'll go over the specifics of that shortly. I have two plans in mind. Both are pretty minimalist in style, but will provide a very different ambiance from the world outside. Our final cost should be around 70% of the last figure I quoted. The whole thing should take around half a year to complete. Marak has produced a sketch for all of you to see. If everyone's okay with it, then we'll proceed with that as the formal plan. The inspiration just came to me naturally. All I did was put thoughts to paper. I must give you credit, though. If it weren't for your advice and suggestions, I probably wouldn't have landed on this new style so quickly. According to the traditions of my profession, I should probably name this style after you. Let's call it the Traveler style. In the meantime, let's look forward to the day when this building is completed and can finally open its doors.
Oh, ending ya. Ada 3 lagi ya? 1, 2, itu udah beres. Ke atas sini sama sini. Oke, ini kita ambil yang tengah sama ini, berarti dia udah ngambek sama klien. Di kliennya kayaknya nggak bakal ketemu lagi. Ya kita lanjut ke ini dulu deh. Parless. Oke, dari kami berarti dia ini ya. Ketemu Ating lagi. Kakak senior lah, kakak kelas. Kami. Sup. Eh. Keren. Jauh juga ya.
Kave, it's you! It's been a while. What have you been up to recently?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Alkami. Things haven't changed much for me. I'm still taking private commissions for all...
I heard that you were the genius behind the Palace of Alcazazare. I bet you're all set for Mora after a project of that size.
Well, it's hard to make a profit from every...
Hard to make a profit? You've got to be joking. I've never met an architect who didn't make a profit from a project. Unless the client fled before they paid the commission fee in full. But that doesn't sound right either. Doesn't Dory have a pretty decent reputation in our local business circles? I don't think she's ever been involved.
Well, about that. I mean, it was complicated.
I understand. Either way, doing one project after another sure gets exhausting over the years, huh? I've been there, so I can feel your pain. I mean, I obviously never had your reputation to live up to. That must have been stressful. But I'm sure we've faced all the same problems. Trying to keep your client in a good mood while you're trying to stop them from micromanaging things they don't know the first thing about. I don't miss it. Thankfully, that's all behind me now. Well, not exactly. My work is still closely related to architecture.
Bentar ya. Terusan ya. Lanjut.
Judging from the look on your face, you're still strapped for Mora. That's quite unfortunate. You're the most artistically gifted graduate the Kasharawar Darshan has seen in decades. But it looks like you still have a lot to learn in terms of making Mora. With that said, us Kasharawar grads should still look out for each other. What if I told you about an idea that'll absolve you of all your Mora troubles going forward?
Are you serious? But something like that has got to be some kind of top-level business secret. Are you sure you can... Besides, I don't want to just take something like that without offering anything in return. I still have a little Mora. Or is there something that I can help?
Oh, you're too kind. This is just a simple tip. Even if I didn't bring it up, I'm sure you'd hear it from the others sooner or later. The idea is this. I recently opened up a training center with the goal of educating people in architecture design.
Oh, les tuh bahasa training center
Compared to
ya.
the classes taught by those old fossils at the academia, my classes are more condensed and streamlined and will allow people to quickly get their foot in the door. Unlike the academia, I won't turn down anyone who's interested, rich or poor. As long as someone wishes to learn more about architecture, I'll accept them into my... It just so happens that I'm still looking for a few more instructors. So, what do you say? Regardless of the pay, I can already guarantee that it'll be far more comfortable than working on random people's private...
Ah, so you want me to join you as an instructor? That does sound like something I'd be able to do. It sounds like a pretty stable job, too. What do you think, Traveler?
Minimal tidak perlu ribut sama klien, astaga.
Then it's a deal?
Yes, it's a deal. Thank you, Alkami.
Like I said, there's no need to thank me for this. The lecture room is not far from here, so you can just come straight here tomorrow morning. As for the pay, how about we start at 300,000 mora per lecture?
300,000? Are you serious? How could you offer so much?
It would seem that you're still oblivious to your own economic worth. 300,000 is nothing compared to the prestige. 300,000 is also just the base rate. Just trust me on this. The longer you stick with me, the more you'll come to understand your true value in the market. I have to go make some preparations now. See you tomorrow.
I was never particularly close with Alkami when we were in school. Who would have thought that he'd be so nice and friendly? I've hosted free lectures before, but this would be my first time being hired to lecture for a formal business. 300,000 mora per lecture. Whew. I'm so excited that I'm starting to get nervous. Thanks so much. I think I will be able to relax a bit more with a friend in the audience. Now, what should I talk about tomorrow? Some lessons I've learned over the past few years? I should probably save those for later. For my first lecture, I should start by getting them more interested in the field.
Nice thinking.
All right, let's meet here again tomorrow morning. I should hurry home and create some kind of lesson plan. If I'm going to become an instructor, I should make sure I show up prepared.
Oh, jam 2 nggak bisa. Dia sedang memegang kepalanya.
Oh, I didn't expect you two to get here so early.
I was up last night preparing for the lecture, but I ended up getting so excited that I couldn't fall asleep. Here, I've prepared a
lesson plan. I must commend you for your dedication. But the training center has already developed its own set of teaching materials. Instead of using your own plan, you can just use what we have here. Of course, you're always welcome to work in some of your own Sure. It's almost time for the lecture to start. Feel free to head in and...
So you've already developed your own set of teaching materials. Seems like I won't need the stuff I've prepared after all. Anyway, shouldn't be a problem. There's something else I want to ask, though. This isn't going to be a large class, is it?
No need to stress. There are only 20 people in this class.
Kelasnya gede kan? Enggak cuma 20 orang. Itu besar loh.
There are 14 classes at my training center. Out of all of them, the first class has the best grades, so I've directed them to you.
Wow.
We'll see how well they take to your lectures.
20 people, huh? All right. I think I can handle that.
Oh, and one last thing. In the interest of keeping a quiet learning space, only instructors and students are allowed in the classroom. I'm sorry to say this, but your friend will have to wait outside while you teach the class.
Katanya mau ikut.
Sorry about that. I'll meet you at the door when the class is over then.
Ih, suku nanya bro. Jadi sus bagus.
Hey there. Can I help you? Oh, Alkami? You mean that rich guy who's been making quite the name for himself? Yeah, he commissioned a set of furniture from me a while back. Paid a great deal of mora for it, too. I heard he earned a fortune working as a renowned architect. Now he's opened a training center so others can follow in his footsteps. If the tuition wasn't sky high, I'd enroll my child in a heartbeat. Architecture really sounds like a lucrative profession.
Ada kualitas.
Did you hear? Alkami recruited Kaveh to be an instructor.
I bet that'll boost his enrollment numbers.
Really makes you jealous, eh? If you think about it, Alkami was never that talented himself as an architect. If we're just talking about professional skill, no one would pay for a class with him.
That's true, but you've got to admit, his advertisements are really effective. After all, the academia only admits those that can pass its entrance exam. So only a few people could hope to study architecture in the halls of the Kashar. For those who can't pass the exam, or who just want to jump straight into the industry, the training center is the best bang for the mora.
Oh, training center tapi training center tuh pelatihan sih bang, bukan les ya. Bisa aja.
Man, to have that kind of business acumen.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. There's no need to be nervous. Class is over, so we can just chat for a bit. I shouldn't have lost my temper during the lecture. Did I?
No, you weren't scary at all, Mr. Kaveh. We were just a bit lost and, didn't...
Oh, don't get me started. I was trying to use Alkami's materials, so I flipped through some pages and gave them a closer look. The more I read, Alkami may fool an amateur, but he can't fool anyone who's active in our profession. The materials he made are completely useless for teaching real architecture. In my opinion, the most important skill of an architect is their ability to craft a design. In other words, they must be able to conceptualize ideas. There are tens of thousands of buildings in the world, as well as a countless number of architectural styles. Some designs emphasize aesthetics, while others prioritize practicality. The architects who can critically evaluate the quality and fit of different designs are those who can come up with great designs of their own. But you won't get any of that from the teaching materials they're using here. All these students are doing in class is rote memorization of existing designs. They are learning nothing about the underlying principles. How can they expect to become real architects? When they're done with this class, all they'll become are dilettantes with a pitiful smattering of architectural knowledge.
But Mr. Kaveh, we didn't really understand anything you said after you threw away the materials either. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like we're looking to make some works of art. We just want to make some mora.
You're studying architecture to make mora?
Yeah. Why else would we be studying? My biggest dream is to become someone like Mr. Alkami. Once I finally make my fortune in architecture, I'll be able to buy anything I like.
Huh. In that case, I'm afraid you'll probably be disappointed. The reality is that the work of an architect is very difficult, and the pay is not lucrative at all. Believe me, I'm a perfect example.
But how? Mr. Alkami just told us last night that you made a killing by building the Palace of Alcazarzaret. He also said that as long as we graduate from his class, waves upon waves of people will reach out to us with private commissions, and we
Wow.
can just sit back and wait for more. It won't be long before I can put these miserable days behind.
Come on. And you all believed everything he said?
But Mr. Alkami is really rich, isn't he?
You... It's pointless trying to argue this with you right now.
No.
You've already filled your heads with pipe dreams. Let's go, traveler. Let's hear about Alkami's true plan.
Mr. Kave looked really angry.
Who cares about him? Maybe he's just worried that we'll take all of his commissions once we...
But that can't be it, right? Mr. Kave is super famous.
Who knows? My dad told me the more famous someone is, the more arrogant and stubborn they become. Approachable people like Mr. Alkami are the rare ones.
Waduh.
Look alive!
What's wrong, Kave? You look quite flustered. Did one of my students offend you? Were the students not astute enough for your liking? I must implore you to go a bit easier on them. After all, they're nothing like the
Yeah, I'm mad at them. But I'm even more upset that you're scamming people under the guise of teaching them about architect. The students are all here hoping for a quick way to make money. But we both know that an architect's life is hard and exhausting. Just a little while ago, I was toiling over the 6th draft of a design for a client. If your client is unhappy, you can't break ground, and the longer a project goes, the longer it takes for you to get paid in full. What's worse, if your client disappears in the middle of a project, good luck getting anything from them ever again. You know all of this just as well as I do. Why lie to them?
Look, Kave, you may be the light of Ksharawar, but like I said, you still have a lot to learn about making Mora. You may deny it all you want, but it's a fact that in today's Sumeru, architecture is a terrible profession. Our clients care very little for the effort we pour into our designs. Instead of appreciating us, they spend all their time nitpicking details and demanding changes, often forcing all kinds of ridiculous ideas onto us.
I suppose that's more or less true. Go on.
Why should we cling on to a profession that's difficult and unrewarding? If the field is dying, then a person who still wants to make a good living will just have to change their strategy. If it's near impossible to make money as an architect, then why not just establish a training center and train other people to become architects in our...
Wait, how does that make any sense? Aren't you just leading them into the same trap?
We are already stuck, my friend. The more people we can lead into this pit and stack as padding beneath our feet, the more comfortable our lives will be.
Oh.
That's right. Making money as an architect is a slow and agonizing process. In comparison, earning tuition from a training center is far easier. None of the students will ever know, however. In their eyes, all of my income was earned during my years as an architect. It's easy for them to fall for my promise.
Ini kayak ini ya.
After all, everyone wants to live the dream of being the person who can spend millions without batting an eye.
Jadi kalau gue tarik ke realitas ya, apa kayak mohon maaf apa ya, contoh gampangnya kayak kelas motivasi gitu gak sih? Iya ya, mohon maaf sih sebenarnya lagi kayak kelas motivasi ya, narik apa pendengar ya, gitulah. Kalau mau aku tarik ke apa kaitannya sama real life gitu ya.
The more students I get, the more money I earn. And the more real that dream becomes.
Ya. Dari gampang kan. Kayak lu bikin transportasi berbahaya. Aduh, nggak enak gue ngomongnya. Kayak begitulah. Ya, gue nggak lanjut. Hati-hati saja.
And then what? Once they graduate, they'll still find out the truth about architecture and struggle to stay afloat amid all the problems we already talked about. When that happens, your facade will pop like a soap bubble. No one will believe you anymore.
Ah, but that's just one way to look at the problem. No two people have the same amount of talent. Even if they fail to strike gold in the future, you can't say that it's my fault and mine. Oh, and also, I never actually promised that they would achieve financial freedom as long as they become architects. All I did was nudge them towards that belief.
Dok motivasi.
I'm not even scared if they do come back and stir up trouble. My training center has all the required permits and certifications. Even the Dendro Archon herself couldn't find fault in any part of my...
How can you sleep at night knowing that you're doing all this? Tell me, is your heart carved out of brick and stone? I can't believe that I once saw you as a decent human being. I am beyond disappointed in you.
And the same goes to you. How many years has it been since you graduated from the academia? If you still can't accept something like this, do you just plan on keeping that worthless naivete of yours until the end of time? Only fools will see art as revered and sacred. In the end, art is just another business. Being successful at running a business is an art form in itself. I urge you to think about what I've said. Offloading your pain onto others is the only way a person can live comfortably in this world. As the light of the Ksharowa, you've accumulated plenty of fame and respect. It's high time that you use those resources to improve the circumstances of your own life. Think it over, Kave. I still believe our collaboration could be very fruitful.
I'm so mad, I feel a headache coming on. There's nothing more I can say to him. I'll resign from my position as instructor.
Yeah, see.
Of course. I'm sure you've realized that as long as I remained at this center, he would be able to use my name to advertise this place. Even if I just sit back and do nothing, others will be deceived and suffer because of me. He is right about one thing, though. These kinds of training centers are everywhere. And even if the academia was to find out about it, it's unlikely that they would take any real action against it. The most that they could accuse him of is false advertising. And even that would be hard to prove. Oh? Did you notice something else? Yeah, you've got a point. The rate he gave me was 300,000 mora per lecture. That probably came out of the students' tuition. And who knows just how much he's been charging the students for attending his... If you're gambling everything on making it rich as an architect, are you really going to have the mora to pay for that kind of tuition? Right. We should hurry. The students didn't believe a word I was telling them. They're still daydreaming about making millions. We're never going to get any information from them again if we let Alkami talk to them first. Let's move now before he's...
Seru. Yang tadi.
Oh, Mr. Kave? What are you doing?
Class finished a while ago, but you're still here. Why haven't...
I wanted to stay for a little longer. I'm still thinking about everything you taught during the class. Even though a lot of it went right over my head, I still thought the houses you drew were...
Of course they were. All the examples I drew were world-famous landmarks. Each one was the magnum opus of a celebrated architect. It's a good thing that you could recognize them for their beauty. The accumulation of knowledge is the first step to artistic expression. Instead of rote memorization, you should try to relate and to understand. And after that, try to resonate with the work.
Resonate?
Yes. When I first got into architecture, There were many things about it that I couldn't understand at all. I would find a building to be beautiful, but have no idea what made it. And for most people, just being able to admire a building is enough. To become a good architect, however, you must also learn to assess and appraise. Going from admiration to assessment will take a lot of time and specialized knowledge, and I'm afraid that some superficial speed training won't be enough to take you there.
Just as I thought. Becoming an architect won't be as easy as Mr. Alkami made it out to be.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to crush your dreams. All I want to tell you is that an architect's life is not as carefree and easy as others may make it out to be.
I understand. Thank you for telling me the truth, Mr. Kave. I think I'll still stay here for the time being, though, since my family still hasn't paid everything off.
Paid off what?
Sorry, I can't say anything more. Mr. Alkami made it very clear that anyone who talks about it will be kicked out of the class.
Don't listen to him. I am the most famous architect in Sumeru. If he kicks you out, then I'll just take you in instead.
Really?
Why would I pull your leg? I can see you have some talent, so as long as you get your fundamentals down, you should be able to pass the entrance exam. Continue your studies at the academia.
Then please keep this a secret for me, Mr. Kave. Truth be told, my family is not very well off, so we couldn't really afford the tuition for this class. Mr. Alkami was the one who reached out to my parents. He told them that he knew a merchant by the name of Bahar and that we could get a loan from him. He told all the students that once we graduate, people would come flocking to commission us for projects. If everything went well, we'd be able to pay off everything in just a few years, and all the more we make after that would be ours.
How much did your family borrow from this
I think it was several million mora.
And what was the interest rate?
I'm not really sure. My parents were the ones who signed the contract. All I know is that the stack of papers was as thick as a slab of rock.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling too. Something about the whole thing feels... We need to find that merchant to confirm. But if we were to confront him right now, there's no way he'd admit to anything. Good idea. Hey, tell me, do you know where we'd be able to find this merchant?
We last saw him on the north shore of Port Ormos. Who knows if he's still in that area, though.
Well, it'd still be worth taking a look. Architecture... No. The arts shouldn't be used as bait for a scam. We need to do something before the students' lives are ruined even further.
Yeah!
Wait. Jauh ya? Hey bro.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen you guys before. Here for business?
You're Fahar, right?
Yes. May I ask who introduced you?
Alkami. My friend here wants to enroll in his architecture class, but they're a bit short on money. Alkami told us you're the man to go to in this kind of situation.
Oh, nyamar.
Oh, sounds like his business is booming. How much do you need?
Let me see. I'd say around 3 million mora.
Oh.
Oof. You call that a bit short on money? Anyway, since you're here because of Alchemy, I can work things out for you. Make sure you sign the contract, though. Lots of people are borrowing money from me nowadays. Here you go. Don't worry, there's nothing particularly unusual about it. All you need to do is pay back the loan in full within 3 years.
And what if they won't be able to pay it back?
What do you mean, won't be able to pay it back? Once you graduate from Alchemy's place, you'll be making millions of mora a year. Easy! At that point, paying this off will be a piece of cake. And even if you were to run into some difficulties and need to delay the installments, it's no big deal. We're all reasonable people here. If you can't pay quickly, you can just pay it back over a longer period. All that would change is your interest rates would get a little higher. It's hard work running a business. If we're taking risks to supply you with mora, it's only fair that you take on a bit of the financial risk as well. Anyway, there's no point in tying yourself in knots over the contract. With the way you're reading every single line, it's like you're worried you're about to get scammed out of your whole life savings. Why would I lie to you?
I just did some calculations in my head. When you say the interest will get a little higher, do you mean it'll get higher than 30%? Of course, the contract did a great job of trying to obfuscate that fact. It only listed the amount that you'll have to repay every day, which gives the false impression that the amount hasn't actually increased by all that much. If you actually do the math, however, it's clear that the amount you need to pay on interest alone will amount to hundreds of thousands of mora per year.
Whoa.
Most people can't even make that much mora in a year. Your greed really knows no bounds. Even my creditor doesn't dare to raise rates that high. Once a family signed on to a scheme like this, there's no getting out.
What are you trying to say, huh?
Oh. Sama aja kan bebek. Ya, gila.
I figured something was off when two well-dressed people came looking for a loan. Think you got the better of me? Too many people are sticking their noses where they don't belong these days. Luckily for me, though, this is a pretty secluded spot. Hey, come out and teach these guys a lesson!
Gelut.
Eremites? I've already fought off more than my fair share of them when I was working in the desert. There are only a few of them, so they shouldn't pose much of a threat. Marak, you're up!
Halo.
Rain cutter. Rain
Aduh,
outlines
gak
your
kenal lagi.
fate.
Salah.
Come at me!
Keren.
Right clear!
Keren. Udah segitu aja.
Who are you and what do you want? I don't think we've done anything to hurt or offend you. So why go this far to destroy my livelihood?
Debt has the power to upend your whole life. I know very well just how miserable living in debt can be. But my debts are the culmination of many different factors, and my interest rate is still somewhat reasonable. As long as I continue to work with my situation in mind, my debts will eventually be paid off. But these students are different. They have neither the mental preparation nor the financial resources to pay back a debt like this. You sold the dreams of becoming an architect to the students as bait, urging them to take on insurmountable amounts of debt to satisfy your greed.
Ha! Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch.
Waduh.
It's their own fault for falling into the trap. And if we're going to talk about greed, aren't those students the ones who are blinded by it? They completely ignore the risk, that's right.
Ha! And here comes the silver tongue. Surely you use that to reel in the students as well. Even now, many of them are still hopelessly dreaming of striking gold after they graduate. People grow by learning from their mistakes. I hope this will be a valuable lesson to them. Let's head back to the academia and turn this guy over to the Matra. They should be able to link him with Alkami's business. Sino? Didn't think I would run into you here.
Ketebak ya. Kita ketemu. Ini orang.
My vacation just ended not too long ago, so I'm going over some cases at the academia.
Oh, Mahamuta ya. Kesayangan kita.
I see. Charging an interest rate over 30% indeed constitutes a crime, as it is highly likely that Alkami is also benefiting from this scheme. The Matra will open an investigation on him as well. The training center will be closed until further notice. Any funds we manage to recover from the suspects will be returned to the students. It's unclear how much we'll be able to get back, however, given their extravagant spending.
That should still be enough. Once the students realize the error of their ways, they won't fall so easily for such traps in the future.
Halo Bang. Oh, halo. Selamat datang. Welcome, welcome. Betah di mari.
Anyway, thank you for your help. I hope this won't be too much trouble for...
It's no trouble. Just another day at work. How did you two get tangled up in this anyway? Did you accept any mora from him?
He promised to pay me 300,000 mora per lecture, but I resigned as soon as I finished the first session. I didn't take a single coin.
Ajarin main Genshin. Main aja Bang. Ya, ajarin cara main Genshin ya. Apa? Tinggal main aja Bang. Main aja Bang. Santai.
Ah, that's good.
What do you mean, that's good? Would you have taken me into custody as well if I had actually accepted any mora?
I wouldn't have gone that far. But, had he insisted that you were also an active participant in his schemes, under our rules, we would have been required to open an investigation on you
baru
as
main 2
well.
minggu. Bagian mana yang lagi susah? Tuh, 2 minggu pelan-pelan aja sih. Ya pasti kelarin quest, story. Aduh, weapon rotasi tuh kayak gimana ya? Itu kayak anti aja gak sih sebenarnya? 2 minggu kan AR-nya kan belum gede kan ya, jadi kayak paling gitu tuh kayak bertahap banget sih harusnya. Aku baru bagus kayak sekarang itu kan 2 tahunan ya, 1-2 tahun proses itu begitu Genshin sih. Itu ya bawa ini aja, bawa have fun ceritanya dulu. Iya, intinya bawa have fun, nggak usah mikirin apa ya yang begituan weapon rotasi. Apa lagi apa ya, kayak misalnya kan ya spiral abyss atau apa gitu bukan hal yang harus dikejar atau apa gitu kan. Level ya jangan bawa pusing sih sebenarnya. Ya kayak Evan aja, jangan set target terlalu tinggi juga sih. Kerjaan masih panjang soalnya. Take easy, take easy. Ya intinya game itu dia have fun sih menurutku ya. Tak sambil lanjut.
Either way, though, I believe you are innocent in all of this. Had you actually been alright with making money through less than noble means, your life wouldn't be the mess it currently is.
Saya weapon seadanya, gak apa-apa. Oh iya, sama tips gacha juga mau nggak? Ya gacha karakter aja sih. Gitu sih. Ya, weapon ntar dulu gak apa-apa sih. Weapon seadanya nggak apa-apa banget kok. Aku dulu main Genshin weapon seadanya banget kok. Iya. Santai aja. Oh, bantu. Boleh. Ini minta ininya. Awan bos ya. Tak bantu kok, nggak apa-apa. Minta apa? Minta UID aja atau lihat UID ku ya lagi aja story apa nih ini atau
Hey, what was that? What do you mean my life is a mess?
Never mind. Your life is fine.
Aku santai kok.
You're just messing with me now, aren't you?
Tapi bilang aja kalau ini ya, kalau butuh ini habis ini juga apa?
Let's get back to business. If Alkami's case can be successfully resolved, you'll be eligible for a monetary reward from the academia. Don't forget to pick it up after the fact.
Nice banget.
Huh. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I never would have guessed. What I'm trying to say is that we didn't report Alkami because we thought we could make some more off of it.
Oh, pengguna Genshin kok. Itu yang pakai ini, ya aku dengar pakai token gak sih? Per hari kan bisa ngisi 15 menit. Jadi kamu ini ya apa? Ya ready pas ada. Sih paham. Genshin Code. Gimana Genshin Code? Kalau dari pandangan.
The reward will be given regardless of your personal motivations. It was implemented with the intent of encouraging people to supply tips to the Matra.
Fine.
Is there anything?
I want to go back to the training center one more time and talk to some of the kids.
Sure, but you should wait until tomorrow. My subordinates will shut down the center today and summon the students to gather information on the total amount of Mora they've lost in the scam.
Oh iya, dulu kan dikasih banyak kan, dan isian perharinya sedengar aku ya 15 menit per hari aja. Ini ngumpulin iya. lagi usaha ini ya, memahami sulitnya apa pemain device adanya sih. Genshin itu berat banget soalnya gamenya. Dan kalau Genshin Code itu ya iya ini masalahnya token sih. Dan kayak kalau nggak ada ya kayak harus ya bayar. Di sini 6 menit lagi. Tapi Om Do bisa maksudnya bisa dapat panjang gitu ya.
All right, then I'll stay out of their way. I can talk to the kids tomorrow.
I have a few other things to take care of, so I'll be off for now. If you want to follow up on this case, just come find me again. Or ask one of the Matra.
That should finally be the end of that. Oh, who would have thought it would turn out like this? All I wanted was to find a new gig and earn some mora. To think Alkami would sink this low, it still makes me really upset. Still, I think I feel a little better now than when you found me back. It's a little ironic, but you could say it's because I've realized that there are many circumstances in the world that are even worse than my own. Now that I've seen such things firsthand, I suppose I've earned a new sense of appreciation for my life. How should I put it? I'm pretty stubborn when it comes to my profession, so I often argue with my clients.
Tunggu antriannya 6 menit lagi. Tapi bisa jadi wow. Oh, nunggu lebih lama gitu buat 6 menit gitu maksudnya ya. Gitu nggak sih? Kalau aku tangkap ya.
The arguments are usually extremely frustrating, and every once in a while I'd wonder if I only became an architect because fate wanted me to pay for some sins I'd committed in a previous life.
Oh iya, BTW kalau butuh bantuan ini ya minta, oh iya bener, oke deh. Sip. Itu kalau minta bantuan apa ya? Ini minta UID kamu. Kalau enggak aku tulis UID ku, nanti kamu cari aku. Nah kayak gimana? Just say.
Alkami's suggestion would have allowed me to quit my life as an architect and earn money solely from my reputation. But now that I've experienced that for myself, I can confidently say that I'd never want to do it again.
Makanya dia bilang kalau kamu tahu polos.
Every scholar has their own sense of pride and a line that they don't like to cross. Of course, when faced with the vicissitudes of life, some will surrender these things to seek a more comfortable life. I can understand that.
Nanti kalau login ya, santai aja. Ini aslinya aku stream sampai jam 8 ya. Tapi karena Hangout-nya belum selesai nih, bisa agak lebih lama nih. Nggak akan kemana-mana kok.
Just speaking for myself, though, I don't think that's something I'd ever be able to do. The voice in my heart would just keep repeating one thing. The moment I turn away from my dreams would be the moment my career ends.
Iya. Aku dulu air kecil juga lawan bos lama susah sih, tapi ya kayak bagian serunya sebenarnya di situ gak sih? Bagian serunya kayak di situ gak sih sebenarnya? Untuk player yang baru mulai streaming, aku dari 5:30 loh. Ini yang 5:30 sampai jam itu masih daily dan racing segala macam. Ini yang story ini. Aku baru mulai jam 6. lama banget. Tapi gak apa-apa.
If I stopped devoting everything to my creative activities, I'd be able to lead a more comfortable life. But at the same time, my sense of intuition and understanding for the arts would also begin to degrade. At that point, any materialistic ease I may have gained in life would just become another form of torment. In comparison, my current life comes with its share of difficulties, but at least I'd never have to deal with that kind of existential reckoning.
Ya aku juga tambah susah, tambah seneng, tapi ada marah. Iya, aku juga pernah di situ lah. Aku pernah ngamuk loh sendiri, ya gara-gara spiral episku lantai 11 kan 8/9 bintang. Waduh, itu stres banget kalau gue gimana, tapi ya udahlah. Pada akhirnya yang harus kita dapat tuh ya kita main dengan ya apapun yang seadanya yang kita punya doang sih, gitu. Pagi banget, iya. Jam-jamnya oke, orang mau berangkat sekolah nggak sih? Jadi kayak orang berangkat sekolah atau kerja atau apalah gitulah. Enak tahu seger. Spiral lantai atas susah. Iya, ada di situasi tertentu emang susah sih. Itu kemarin yang versi 3,7 itu yang pas aku udah jadi udah jadi banget lah beberapa karakter itu masih susah ya. Karena mungkin juga aku nggak punya karakter kunci atau apa gitu lah. Ya kadang-kadang ya susah banget. Apa lagi ya? Jadi udahlah, santai aja deh. Kalau stres sendiri kan nanti jadi nggak have fun. Terus bisa jujur sama diri sendiri.
I appreciate it. You may call me conceited for this, but I would also like to think I'm talented enough to be able to lead a decent life without It's certainly not easy, but I want to keep at it. My thanks again for being such a great help throughout all of this. I'm planning to pay another visit to those kids tomorrow.
Konklusi kan?
Want to come with me? All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. Get some good rest.
Wah, pagi hari kedua. Tadi urusin tempatnya. Satu, dua. Oke, santai aja.
We mercs have one simple...
Wow, ada open kuda doko. Tapi cita-cita. Oh, kamu ini. Oke, sebentar. Kok.
There's something in the air. Something that tells me a new case is brewing.
Ini ya. Oh iya. Terus, lupa caranya. Oh ini deng. Loh. Udah tuh, nunggu ini ya, di approve ya. Nah, kalau muncul kita bos apa nih?
Which criminal mastermind just protested their innocence in court?
Di sini.
A liar by the sounds
Kau
of it.
bantu. Bos Kazua, oh yang ini, ya ya. Oh itu emang, tadi buka waypoint dulu gak sih? Oh naik ke atas juga, kok bisa? Tapi kalau nggak ya udah. Biar awal ini berarti kan biar aku bantu sustain, kok pakai ini aja, kok komi aja, healer sama DPS, aku bantu pakai siapa ya? Aja kartu B4 NV aja deh.
Marching in the rain conceals the sound of our arrival, but is also a test of stamina.
Kita ada sini kan. Ini fire damage. Semua aja. Kasih. Oke. Jalannya kemana? Oke. Oh kejauh banget aku ini ya kejauhan. Oh off track gitu. Ini aja.
Rest and rebuild the room. Time for your arraignment.
Oh.
Winter, shall we venture come?
Aja ke atas. Biar sekalian apa? Waduh. Oh iya, kamu dapat Kazuha gitu, berarti ini ya. Nih ke atas dulu, biar waypointnya kebuka, nanti biar gampang. Masa udah punya Kazuha baru 2 minggu. Kazuha tuh banyak terakhir 3,7, itu berarti udah berapa bulan yang lalu sebenarnya. Masa baru ini ya, baru comeback main lagi gitu ya. Nih, buka nih waypointnya nih. Ada sambil yang penting ini ya, karakternya upgrade weapon itu yang seadanya aja dipakai. Ya. Oh ya. Push. Yuk. Tambah dulu ya. Halo bro. Oh iya.
Motion to compel.
Oh kayak iya. Habis ada Genshin code baru bisa. Apa lagi? Bisa lihat ya. Iya. Semenjak ada Genshin code, iya. Sistemnya ya, sistem token sih. Oke ya, Koko, iya, selamat. Oh, ini yang baru berapa pul dapetin? Udah, ya ini. Ih, keren banget. Nice. Aku pertama kali main aja PT semua. Nice, nice.
Motion to compel. Into the wind.
Push. Ada Naida juga tuh, aku mau bagus loh. Kita tinggal nunggu Nunggu ini aja, nunggu waktu aja sih. Nah kayak terus, nah ini sama Kazuha kebetulan juga itu karakter bagus banget. Itu bantu itu udah bantu akunmu banget sih. Udah benar nice banget, keren. Iya, aku aja jarang menang off-red loh. Ya itu masuknya bagus sih, masih oke lah. Ya sebenarnya kalau mau itu yang kemarin sebelum Zongli sama apa Tartaglia tuh ada Yelan tuh super bagus ya sebenarnya.
Remind you again. The law can be both a help and a hindrance.
Oh iya sih. Ya, kapan lah nanti muncul lah. Itu sudah usaha ini ya, habisin semua. Itu sudah usaha habisin semua di situ. Aku ini sih gak punya Yelan sih. Gak punya Yelan juga kok. Padahal itu bagus banget bener. Tapi ya Kazuha sama Nahida tuh wah enak banget sih. Apalagi Nahida itu ya kan dendro apa aplikator, wah enak banget. Aku tahu ini besok aku tahu nih. Aku tahu bagus juga kok. Buff Dendro Nahida itu buff tapi elemental mastery. Yang ini Dendro dia tuh Dendro aplikator maksudnya. Nggak apa Dendronya bagus banget itu maksudku. Sedih. Ya. Salah pencet. Ini sudah ada lagi nih.
Inadmissible evidence!
Oh jangan terputus, aku bisa main bos nih. Lebih apa? Tak cekin map ya kali ya. 25370 udah buka point tapi yang satu iya Sumeru
Sometimes the law is compatible with human
Sumeru
nature, but sometimes
belum
the
buka
two
ini
conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline
belum
in
buka
its own right.
satu seven. Ya, jadi kebentar ke awal Genshin Cloud lagi. Oh santai aja. Gak apa-apa, gak apa-apa. Aku masih di ini kok. Nah, kalau ini kepental. Berarti ya, kita bilang aja kalau butuh lagi. Oh iya nggak apa-apa, santai aja. Nggak usah, nggak apa ya, nggak harus buru-buru 100% banget semuanya, enggak lah. Itu proses juga sih. Ya kalau apa ya, kalau nggak apa ya, kalau nggak mau cepet-cepet kayak aku sih. Kecuali mau apa? Kecuali mau tipes kayak ngerjain apa semuanya 100% dalam waktu singkat. Wow. Iya, aku sih nggak mau. Pelan. Aku tipe pelan-pelan lah. Oh, ada apa nih? Oke, bahagia kah?
I never would have guessed Mr. Okami was a scammer.
Wah, akhirnya.
The training center has been shut down, and the Madra have promised to return some of our tuition. But we've already spent so much time on this class. What should we do next?
Mr. Kave said we can keep working on our fundamentals and try to get into the academia. Easier said than done. If it was easier to
Oh
get
iya,
into the
bilang aja mau butuh.
none of us would have
Santai.
signed up for the class in the first place. Only the best of the best can get into the academia studying on their own. Mr. Kave might be willing to teach us.
Why? What reason does he have to stick around?
So, you're the only ones that showed up today, huh?
Huh? Kave's here!
No, that's Mr. Kave to you. I'm here as your instructor, so I'll keep instructing you for a while longer. You can pass on the message to the other students. As long as someone wants to come, they can join the class. Oh, also, I'm usually pretty busy, so I'll only be able to teach architecture fundamentals on my days off. Another disclaimer, I can't promise that you'll all be able to understand everything I'm going to teach. Architecture is not an easy profession. Aesthetics aside, even the basics of safe design can already be a handful for most people. If you want to design safe buildings, you'll have to go through a systematic study of structural engineering. And just as a heads up, all of this will be a huge step up from the superficial stuff you were learning before. It'll take both talent and perseverance to get through the course. I don't want to hear anyone say that I didn't warn you.
We'll try our best.
It seems some of you are really serious about this after all. All right, everyone, pack your stuff up. No need to prepare much for today's class. We're going to go on a quick field trip.
Yes.
You'll know once we get there. Come on, let's get going. We'll be off once everyone's grabbed their pencils and sketch pads.
Study tour ya sih. Apa aja? Oh.
Let's get it on.
Oops.
This lighthouse has been around for a long time, and I handled its renovations when I first graduated from the academia. The point of today is not so much about the lighthouse as a building, however. I just want you to take a look at it and do a bit of self-reflection. If you were tasked today with designing a building, how would you want it to look like? Don't think about how you'd actually go about building it for now. Just put your ideas to paper and draw the prettiest building that comes to your mind.
So, it can be, any kind of building?
Yep, as long as you think it'd look good. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a building. If you want, you can draw trees, the ocean, or even a garden area. Draw whatever you'd like. In my experience, it's best to approach the study of architecture from a point of personal interest, rather than for the sake of a career.
Kamu mau tarik dari apa? Keluar dari story ini, maksudnya aku belajar apapun itu dari passion lu dulu lah. Jadi kayak karir itu kayak ya ngikut nanti ya.
Both the study and practice of architectural design are extremely difficult. A person who's forced to work on projects that they don't resonate with will only struggle and suffer.
Ini pas ambil. Kau udah gak suka dari awal, itu susah ke depannya. Itu bukan berarti gak bisa ya, tapi kayak lebih butuh perjuangan keras gitu sih.
So at least for today, I hope the students will be able to create something that they enjoy. There's no need to think about it too hard. They'll have plenty of time in the future to revisit the design and make changes. What do you think? Want to try your hand at it as well? Don't forget that this is a free class from Mr. Kave, the Light of the Kasharawar. On a normal day, this would cost you 300,000 mora.
Wah keren bro. Walaupun laut dan bahasa masuk Tosa, nice banget. Satu, oke. Ini satu garis lurus saja ya. 1, 2, 3. Oke, sisanya berarti di sini semua. Kita mengetahui ke rumah. Panjang juga tapi ya. Ini dari 2,5 jam lebih kita baru dapat 3/5 ending. Kumaha hitam lagi.
Alhaitham isn't in, so feel free to sit wherever. I'll bring out the box. Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. The box is pretty dusty, which means it's already been a while since I've moved into this place. And many years since my mother moved to Fontaine. happy for her. I hope she'll be able to find happiness there. She raised me all by herself after my father passed away. It definitely wasn't easy for her.
Siya di Fontaine ada nyokapnya kafe nggak sih?
Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things? Oh, I remember now. This is a drawing I made in Port Ormos. Obviously, I wouldn't call it anything special now, but I was less than 5 years old when I made this drawing. That's more than 20 years ago. You could say it's pretty good for a child of that age. Now that I've said that out loud, I suppose I do have some level of artistic talent, right? Criticism and self-doubt have always been a part of the artistic process. Without criticism, there can be no improvement. It's normal for me to question my abilities from time to time. I admit that I may have spent a little too long questioning myself this time around, but as you know, the heart tends to dwell on whatever it pleases. Anyway, never mind. The more I talk about it, the less confident I feel. Let's see what else we have in the box. My building blocks! It's been years since I've last seen these. When I was a kid, I used to stack them super high, and could even stabilize the tower to keep it from tumbling over. Oh, and this blueprint. I made it by copying my mother's sketch, and the aspect ratio was horrendous. It's still technically the first blueprint I made myself, though. I was super proud of myself when I finished it, and put it in the same pile as my mother's sketches, hoping she'd notice and compliment me for my good work. Unfortunately, my mother didn't realize that I had put it there. When she had a meeting with a client the next day, she handed my blueprint to him by mistake. The client was completely confused by this new blueprint, but apparently he felt too tongue-tied to question such a famous architect. It was only a few days later that he finally gathered up the courage to pay my mother a visit. He asked, "The door in this blueprint is even taller than the roof. Is this supposed to be part of the design?" My mother took me with her to personally apologize to the client several times. She didn't scold me about it in private, though. Instead, she went over all the steps required to draw a good blueprint, and was very patient throughout the whole process. I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Nyokap idaman.
Let's see, is there anything else left in this box? What was this again?
Digembok, wow.
This is my mother's notebook. She used to write and sketch in it all the time. When I was a child, I used to be super fascinated by this notebook, and always pestered my mother to let me read it. After asking her a few times, she told me that I could read it as long as I could guess the password. Wonder why she didn't take this notebook with her. Did she leave it to me on purpose? If only I could. I never managed to guess the Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the password. Who knows? Maybe this time something will click in my head, and the answer will just present itself. Let me think. What could it be? I could tell what you were thinking. Don't worry, I tried all the easy guesses. I've tried my name, my father's name, my mother's name, my grandparents' names on both sides, and all of our birthdays. I've tried every name and number remotely related to my family. I've even tried stuff like Love You Kave, Take Care, and Yours Truly. I've tried every cheesy phrase and well-wish in the book. This love has refused to budge.
Lucu banget. Aku tadi gak denger ini Inggrisnya lagi. Gue cinta kafe. Hati-hati ya.
I wouldn't try that route again. I have a hunch that it won't be that simple. Also, if she really did use something like that, she'd never hear the end of it from the folks over at Haravatat if they ever found out.
Oh, ini cabang kah? Tanya kan kenal dia.
So we could find someone who was close to my mother and see if they might know anything? I see what you're saying, But who should we talk to for that? My mother was never really the one to be social. My father was the one with more friends, but all those connections were severed. Let me think. Is there still someone at the academia who would know my mother? Ah, actually, there is someone. Professor Zaha Hadi. Huh, you've never really heard of her? She's a famous Gasharwar scholar and leading expert in formal garden design. My mother studied under her as a student many years ago. Professor Zaha Hadi published many works during her career, so I was able to learn a lot by studying her essays. If there's anyone who still remembers my mom, it'd be her. She's older now and is no longer teaching at the academia. But if I remember correctly, she spends most of her time around the Bimarstan area. Let's go take a look. We might run into her for...
Ini cabang sih kayak. Ah, disuruh apa tuh? Gak apa-apa, santai aja. Nah, lanjutnya apa? Pain dulu bukunya. BTW loginya lama lagi. Oh, nunggu ini ya? Nunggu apa? Ini dua nih. Oh, ini mau lanjutin buku apa? Yes.
Al-Haytham isn't in, so... Oh, nothing. I just didn't realize how much time had passed. I'm happy for her. I hope... Anyway, enough about that. Let's see what I packed into this box. What are all these things?
Oh, apa namanya? Sistem ngantrinya tuh gimana sih? Aku kalau boleh tahu tuh. Aku lupa ada apa? Genshin Code tuh apa ya? Ada ngantrinya, aku lupa. Terus sistem ngantrinya tuh gimana ya? Kayak nunggu berapa menit dulu berarti baru bisa masuk lagi ya.
Oh, I remember. Obviously, I wouldn't call it a... Now that I've said that out loud, criticism and I admit that I may have... Anyway, never mind. Ah, my building... Oh, I was super proud. Unfortunately, it was only a few days later that my mother took me with... She didn't scold me. Let's see. Is there anything else left in this box? Huh. What was this again? Ah, this is my mother's note when I was a child. Huh. Wonder why If only I could. Hey, it's not a matter of time, it's a matter of inspiration. That's what we need to guess the... Who knows? Maybe this time something... I could tell what you were thinking. I've tried my name. I've even tried stuff like Love You Kave. Take care, and your... I wouldn't try that route again.
Coba dipencet dulu deh.
Yeah, you're right. Although I was hoping to find some words of wisdom from my mother, if I stop and think about it, her words may not be the advice that I need to hear right at this moment. Everyone's life journey is different. Traveler, you've visited many lands and met many people, so I'm sure you've run into situations where some advice wasn't exactly suitable for the situation at hand.
Kalau mau tahu aku storynya baru sampai ke Xianglin. Oh iya, yang Xianglin itu aku lupa dikit. Iya tuh yang lagi inilah berburu, terus ketemu orang. Wah iya, bak apa tuh?
Ah, I just got an idea though. If I want to rekindle the
bak apa tuh? Boleh tahu tuh? Menarik kayaknya.
Instead of trying to unlock an old notebook, why don't I take a walk around the parts of town that had changed my life? What do you think? I'm glad you agree. Then let's start by taking a quick stroll around the academia.
Kita jalan-jalan. Kita ngikut ini dulu. House of Dana. Jalan sendiri, nyebrang ini laut itu, ya nggak tuh? Nyebrang laut kan, udah kan?
Of all the places in the academia, I remember this one most. When my studies got busy, I used to pull all-nighters here trying to finish my blueprints.
Jadi lihat ke Inazuma, ya, pakai itu bukan bug sih kayaknya, itu emang bisa nyebrang kok sebenarnya, tapi kayak butuh effort besar aja gitu gak sih? Oh, jalan lah ya, tapi ya bukan nyebrang dalam artian pak. Oh, jalan beneran jalan gitu ya. Di Oh, itu unik sih.
Who doesn't miss their time at the academia? Life was a lot simpler then.
Ada ya,
We all had far less troubles.
Nah,
I created many designs that I thought were beautiful in the House of Dana. I drew whatever came to mind, since I didn't have to care about budget constraints or turning them into reality.
Wih, keren ya. Kenapa kecil pula? Aduh.
If I had to give a reason, it'd probably be because I like the ambiance here. The academia also had a rule that allowed scholars to annotate any physical books they came across. As a result, the books here are chock full of scholars' wisdom across many generations.
Ih, jalan-jalan lagi.
Oh, here, this is a great example. This book, History of Ancient Sumeru Architecture, contains some analysis that I did many years ago. Huh? Why is Alhatham's handwriting also in here? When did he ever read this book? I guess it's probably from when we worked on that research project together. Anyway, he probably never cared to tell you this, but the House of Dana is where Alhatham and I first met. I came here to do my homework, and saw him sitting by himself next to that row of bookshelves. A group of Haravatat scholars were chatting near him, but he looked as if he was too lazy to join them. There was a pretty stark difference between him and all the rest of them. It was my fault for feeling bad for him. I thought he must have gotten into some kind of trouble and went over to ask if he needed anything, not realizing
Udah buka
that...
fonten.
Not realizing that you were in fact the one in a whole heap of trouble.
Waduh. Dua orangnya.
Why are you here?
Udah buka fonten, Bang. Udah kok. Fonten tuh apa ya? Di deskripsinya tuh ngelarin akun quest Mondstadt gak sih? Nanti ada waypoint tuh kebuka sendiri tuh di atas itu. Nah, itu telepon aja. Itu udah fonten. Ada waypoint kebuka di atas, itu telepon aja itu. Itu agak di pojok ya. Itu otomatis kebuka habis nyelesain akun quest yang Mondstadt yang terakhir banget. Aku baca sih gitu ya. Ah, masih lama. Ih, akun quest udah kelar belum sih? Akun quest Mondstadt. Mondstadt itu yang awal banget. Atau ini ya? Apa itu prolog ya? Atau story quest dulu ya? Tapi nggak tahu deh. Aku harus baca lagi. Wah, ketemu
The House
orangnya.
of Dana is a public space. Anyone can come here. No.
Orangnya dong. Masal.
But shouldn't you be at the records room at this hour? You're not here to watch me make a fool of myself, are you?
You think I would derive amusement from watching you fall into depression over your life's various troubles? If that's the case, then I suppose I must have been entertaining myself for years. I came here to pick up a few files. If your voice hadn't managed to get through my soundproof earpieces, I probably wouldn't have noticed you.
All right. I admit I was probably overreacting just now. Probably not when he's right here with us. As his senior, I shouldn't try to tarnish his reputation.
There was nothing embarrassing or shameful about it. When I was still a student at the academia, I once collaborated with Kaveh on a research project. A collaboration is usually beneficial for all parties, but due to issues with our personalities, we ended up going our separate ways before completing the
Liwe
project.
belum selesai. Oh, bagian 1 tuh Liwe ya berarti ya. Habis selesai Liwe tuh baru kayaknya kebuka. Bagian 1 ya, bagian 1 Liwe sih. Oh iya, berarti selesai Liwe, nanti ada waypoint kebuka. Di atas ya, di yang map yang ya kiri atas. Itu kebuka nanti. Itu yang setangkapku ya. Dari update 4.0 ini.
We had a number of differences, and they remain unresolved even today. But there's no point going into that right now.
Gila, terus terang banget.
The more important question is, why are you at the House of Dana?
As a senior scholar, isn't it my responsibility to offer my friend a quick tour and explanation of the academia's architecture?
I see. Then let me guess. Your next stop will be the pavilions around Razan Garden? Our famed architect sure loves showing off that corner to all his friends.
Bagus gak bang mapnya? Map bagus kok sebenarnya. Lumayan.
Oh, and Kaveh, a lot of the books you annotated have been moved to the innermost section of that bookshelf over there. You'll have to dig them out yourself if you need to find them.
Ooh.
Huh? But why would you know that? Don't tell me you finally had an epiphany and realized that there's great virtue in respecting your elders' work.
FPS-nya turun drastis. Ini apa? Bagus cara ya itulah. Oh iya, sip. Makasih infonya. Kalau soal FPS itu sama aja nggak sih kayak di Fonte gitu guys? Oh, apalagi Fonte kan ada dia bawah air.
Sure, if that will give you some self-confidence. Leave any words of thanks you may have to the ex-Grand Conservator. The last time he was here, he was complaining that he had received reports from current students. The main grievance being that the annotations are too long and difficult to read. As a result, the books you annotated have been moved to the back shelves.
What? But all of my annotations were extremely important. Instead of reporting me, they should have been thanking me for my service. The notes that I took, they couldn't have asked for a better analysis of those books. Okay, just you wait. I'm going to fix this right now. I'll dig all the books out and return them to the proper shelves.
Oh, my idea.
Oh, we'll wait. Anyway, you were about to say he's feeling a bit down? Put through the ringer. What an interesting phrase. I assume he used those exact words himself. He probably did suffer quite a bit, that's true. He always spends a lot of time editing his proposals, with the goal of satisfying as many of the client's preferences as possible. But the satisfaction of one client will not translate to general satisfaction with his work. Many problems in life can only be solved by a fundamental change of attitude. As the leading genius of Ksharawar, Kaveh should have both the right and the confidence to reject any unreasonable demands. There are plenty of architects in Sumeru who are inferior to him in skill, yet far more irascible in temperament. What's more, there are plenty of people who look up to such individuals as paragons of staying true to one's principles. Clearly, his predicament is inevitable, since he holds other people's feelings as more important than his own.
Bener.
Of course, each person is different, and we should
Lu
respect
bisa, oh
the
iya nih,
paths that they have
selesain dulu
chosen
sebentar
for
ya.
themselves.
Terus kalau tak coba masuk.
Admonitions will serve no purpose. People tend to succumb to familiar pitfalls, and this is especially true for those who believe it's their duty to carry more burdens on their shoulders.
Hihi. Udah balik.
Looks like you were having an enjoyable chat while I was gone. Are you talking about me by any chance?
What do you think?
What do you?
What else is there to talk about? Surely no one would be interested in talking about the files that you were browsing through earlier. Anyway, you should take a look at this. Look at this comment on page 82. Dear Kaveh, thank you so much for annotating this book in such detail. It was a great help to me. See that? Now that's how a student should treat their seniors.
And it looks like you're already in a much better mood now. It really doesn't take much to make you happy, huh?
Me? Happy? I'm mocking that retired blockhead for being so full of himself. He understands nothing about the true beauty of architecture. When I can find some time, I'll have a serious talk with him about making sure these books are put where they...
Why don't you just move all the books yourself? It's not like he hasn't cursed you out before. What was that nickname he gave you while you were in the academia? The Urchin of Kaveh had a habit of scribbling and writing in all kinds of books.
Hey! You didn't need to bring that up. At least not when I'm still standing here. Oh, actually, I also found a really old sketch in one of the books over there. See? Doesn't it remind... Huh? Don't tell me even...
Don't ask me. This is the time you specifically put aside to brag about yourself. Feel free to hoard all the spotlight you want.
You... In that case, allow me to explain. Although this sketch is a little abstract, you can plainly see from the road plans that this was an original concept for the expansion of Port Ormos.
We can also plainly see that the designer was a huge fan of this project. It's the project he loves to talk about the most, second to the Palace of Alcazarzare.
If I don't keep bringing up the neat projects that I've done, how would anyone know that I was the one who did them in the first place? There shouldn't be any complaints about Port Ormos. If I remember correctly, the construction process was very smooth. Everything was made ready ahead of time, and there were very few safety concerns.
There are indeed no records of any complaints about this project. A most impressive achievement.
See? What did I tell you? Come on, let's take a stroll through Port Ormos next. I'll tell you all about the designs I made for the place.
Ya, itu mau ikut.
No need. It's almost time to clock out for the day, and I don't intend on bringing any unfinished work home.
Suit yourself. It's not like you know how to appreciate artistry anyway. Let's go, traveler.
Udah nih, ayo aku masuk. Udah, itu hilang. Ya, kan sini. Uts. Iya.
Let's just hope the rain hasn't washed all the clues away.
Iya punya. Dapat dari kalah offset sih. Mana ya si
Marching in the rain conceals the sound of our arrival, but is also a test of stamina.
Aduh, bagus gak ya? Ya aku sih lumayan bagus-bagus aja. Tapi nggak sewah itu. Masih bagus sih sebenarnya. Nggak jelek amat lah pokoknya. Not that bad sih. Tapi bagus banget juga nggak begitu sih.
Hold the line. Motion to compel.
The wind knows me.
Push.
One with nature.
Ya kayak opsi kalau bikin timnya tim buat tim Burgen. Dendro sama Pyro itu dia bisa di situ sih. Terus kayak lagi sih. Oke, sambil nunggu aja. Elemen api semua. Bisa. Itu yang biasa aku pakai juga sih. Oh, aku baru ingat deh.
Allow me! Incinerate! Breath of the flame!
Waduh, ya itu part bosnya di mana? Ini. Wah itu rumit itu. Nih. Selesaiin world quest-nya di Sangonomi apa di Watasumi Island. Terus nanti ada map baru, nanti ada bosnya di situ, itu bosnya Yae. Iya ada questnya kalau nggak salah inget ya. Yang di ini, yang
Everyone hold hands. Motion to compel.
yang quest yang di Watatsumi Island ya. Kayaknya sih ada quest tapi aku lupa. Oh. Bosnya udah berarti ya. Butuh apa lagi? Oke bang, makasih. Makasih ini ya, makasih kembali juga. Ini udah berarti. Butuh bantuan apa lagi? Udah bisa sihnya. Berarti kok ini ya? Lihat dulu ya. Berarti aku jin lipa. Ya, nanti kalau butuh beberapa lagi just say. Chip, you're welcome back. Live-nya tiap hari nggak juga sih. Live-nya nggak terlalu nentu juga sih. Ini besok ada live. Besok ada live. Terus Abis itu aku nggak bisa live sampai minggu depan, paling nggak hari Kamis depannya lagi. Jadi besok masih live. Terus nanti Sabtu, Minggu, Senin, Selasa, Rabu aku nggak bisa, ada satu dan lain hal. Kamis depan insya Allah live lagi sih. Besok masih ada ya. Wih, jalan-jalan bro.
Port Ormos. No, I didn't design any one specific building. Most of my work here concerned structural renovation.
Oh, TikTok ada, tapi apa namanya? Nggak pernah aktif. Cuma bener doang, habis itu nggak tak apa-apain lagi.
Port Ormos had already existed since I was still a young child. It wasn't as large as it is now, though. It only came to its current size after a sizable expansion. I was part of that project.
Iya, kok TikTok lagi ada kok sebenarnya memang. Cuma belum kesentuh lagi.
The arch bridge over there, for example, that was one of my designs. When I was first tasked with the project, I decided to reference the growth patterns of nearby trees to split Port Ormos into 2 levels. My goal was to improve the overall utilization of space.
Aku cuma nulis Instagram doang sih, karena kan yang aktif kan di situ. Tapi lagi pegang juga sih, karena kan masih sepi. TikToknya apa ya? Aku juga lupa. Tak cek dulu dah. Ini tulis aja di chat ya. Kalau kau tulis ya, nggak apa-apa. Itu nama channelku digabung semua, terus ditambah 5 di belakangnya. Nah tuh. TikTok ya. Oh, aku nggak nambah di bio soalnya belum kepikir mau expand lagi di situ sih.
We ran into a lot of issues during construction, but thankfully, we were still able to achieve the original vision.
Oke. Sip. Walaupun sebenarnya aku coba ya itu yang pasang videonya tuh 4 buah itu di situ. Itu penontonnya banyak banget. 100 berapa gitu tiba-tiba, nggak ngerti. Tapi emang penghuni TikTok tuh emang banyak ya. Kalau aku YouTube Shorts itu masih puluhan sih. Makanya aku belum nyoba megang TikTok lagi sih.
Residents can now behold all the ships entering and leaving the harbor from the vantage point of the bridge, while visitors can recognize the site of Port Ormos from a long ways away. I was still young and new to the trade back then. I could hardly believe that an idea in my head could become reality and remain in the world for many years to come. The true cornerstone of the creative process. The point about the design that will be ultimately used to judge its true worth. It was the first time that it became crystal clear in my mind. Once built, a building will continue to stand. Countless people will see it, and countless more will step inside it. Its final worth, whether it's good or bad, will be assessed by the countless generations of people that interact with the building during their lives.
Sip. Kasih ya. Itu aja. Oh, mbak masuk dalam gitu.
You think so? I'm glad to hear that. But even with this project, I still had one small regret.
Oh, baik juga
My
suasananya.
budget was tight, and I was unable to use the higher quality timber I had originally intended for the design. I knew that some concessions on aesthetics would be needed as soon as I agreed to a proposal that prioritized the practical functions of the project. Us creative types know better than anyone that most projects cannot be completed without a few regrets. Even the Palace of Alcazarzaray was not perfect. Yeah, you're right. I should learn to look toward future opportunities and believe that any regrets I have can be overcome in time. We've spent long enough here. There's still one last place I want to go, but it's a little far. Would you be interested in a quick trip to the desert? Great. Most of my projects over the last few years have had something to do with the desert, partially because there's a special place there that I often... This is a rare opportunity, so why don't you come along and see it for yourself? If you ever feel down, maybe you'll be able to go there and feel better too.
Wow, Jojo.
Who would have thought that so many primal constructs could have congregated here while I was gone? We won't be able to sit and talk peacefully with these guys around. Let's clear the area.
Hehehe. Awal lagi. Oh, hello. Terus salah.
No, my sword.
Scanning.
Scanning. Oke, pakai di
Let's light it up.
Oh, salah lagi.
Sight clear. Confess.
So.
Fracture. Let me weave you a verse.
Repot sekali ya.
Scanning. Breaking new ground.
Breaking new ground.
Come at me. Isn't this place great? I often come here to clear my mind when I'm dealing with a difficult situation. You know what I mean. Everyone finds themselves in frustration. Just take me as an example. My family life got shaken up quite a bit when I was young. I struggled in school, and I got into a huge pile of debt building the Palace of Alcazarzaray. Although Alhaitham thinks that it's because of my personality that I continue to live in the shadow of the past, I think it's also just a part of life. Plus, if I look back, I've honestly had my fair share of good luck as well. You could probably say I've followed in the path of my mother. Like her, I've gained a name for myself as an architect, built something that's seen as my magnum opus, and found many projects that others have entrusted to me to finish. Life is too boring when you live with no enthusiasm and passion. Only those who believe in the inherent meaning of it can capture the small nuances of everyday life and turn them into inspiration for beautiful designs. Of course, I will concede that loving something also means taking it to heart. So to an extent, caring is also a source of pain. If I didn't love my work, I wouldn't be so torn up about it all the time. But still, isn't this place beautiful? Despite the erosion from the winds and changing seasons, you can still perceive its past beauty and glory. With different landforms come different architectural styles. The desert's history has left it with few records regarding its buildings, so I often visit the desert to investigate things in person. The sight here has moved me ever since the first time I laid my eyes on it. I told myself that one day, I would also be able to create buildings that move others. My pain will one day fade into nothing, just as I reach the end of my life. But buildings are different. They are far more valuable than most materialistic things, and far more durable than human flesh. As long as there remain souls in the world who can decipher the meaning behind them, they will also have acknowledged me across the vast stream of time. If you were to ask me what art is, that would be my answer. You think so? But I feel I've always been like this. Remember that question I brought up before? The one about whether I should see art as a divine gift of inspiration from the gods, or as a product of my own existential struggle. I still haven't found an answer to that yet. But if art wasn't inherently paradoxical and enigmatic, then people probably wouldn't be drawn to it. Those who pursue art will be unable to avoid the pain that it naturally brings. Will often be floating on cloud 9 one second and sinking in a mire the next. I'll try gathering my thoughts again once I've found a way to define art in the first. In any case, thank you so much for listening to everything.
Wow. Jadi kalau satu ya. Ada satu lagi ya. Ya kita gak kerasa ya, udah 3,5 jam. Satu lagi, nanti aku habis itu ini ya, izin off stream ya. Oh, berapa tahun main Genshin ya? Aku dari 2020 ya. Dari pertama kali, enggak dari pertama Genshin keluar juga sih. Aku baru setengah patch setelah Genshin keluar. Aku baru masuk. Gitu. Oh.
What am I supposed to do now? Forget it. I'll just head back.
Kita ketemu ini orang.
Tainari, what are you doing here?
Oh, it's you. Good to finally see you again. I came into the city to buy some experiment reagents, hoping to bring them back with me to Gandharvaville. But as soon as I got here, I noticed someone banging on Cyrus's door. You've all heard of Cyrus, right? He's an ex-sage and Cyno's adoptive father. I was thinking about going over to ask what's happening. That granny over there may appear old and frail, but her vocal cords certainly sound loud and healthy.
Granny?
Yeah, she's just over there. You can go check out the situation yourselves and... Kaveh, were you at the tavern?
I had a quick drink or two. Can you still smell the alcohol?
Drinking in broad daylight. Really? You want to pass out by the road and get run over by a sumpter beast like some mindless fungus, huh? And you, traveler? You didn't try to stop him? You look like a wreck, Kaveh. What happened? Are you feeling down again? You know what? I'm hosting a meal at Pardistii tomorrow evening. Do you want to come?
Huh? Oh, I had no idea. Let me think for a moment. I'll come if I can find some time.
All right. Then I'll plan on reserving 2 seats for you.
Whoosh.
I'll be heading back to Gandharvaville for now. I have a feeling that argument over there is going to continue for quite some time. It might be best if we don't get involved.
A granny who lives nearby. Let's go take a look.
Jadi
Plan on keeping yourself locked in there, huh? Fine by me. If you're not going to come out, then I'm not going to leave. My tomato was growing so well. It had all the potential to become the best tomato this year. And you cut it straight from the vine.
Oh, itu duduk perkaranya.
I already told you I had nothing to do with it. Why would I take a tomato that's still weeks from ripening? You'd have to be awfully green as an investigator to think it was me. You see, the word green here could refer to both the color of the tomato and the fact that your skills could use some.
Bosannya itu tuh di Sumeru. Ya tinggal masuk Sumeru sih itu baru bener-bener nggak sulit banget, tinggal kuat jalannya aja lah.
Enough nonsense. Just come out and face me, you coward.
You're out of your
tunjukin habis ini ya.
If I've actually done something wrong, then get a mantra and pull me out by force, why don't ya?
Oh, why you?
Professor Zahahadi?
And who are you? Oh, Kave. Fancy seeing you here.
Letaknya di mana ya? Di bawah sih. Tata juga habis ini. Pedang pasnya bagian agak bawah.
How long has it been? Come on,
Nanti tak
get over
tunjukin
here and
habis
let
ini ya.
the professor take a good look at you. Not bad, not bad. You've grown taller again.
Professor, what's going on here?
It's no big deal, really. A few of us old scholars got bored in our retirement and decided to put together a vegetable growing competition. At the end, whoever loses will have to go up on stage and do a performance for the winner. Which brings us to our current predicament.
Ubus hijau.
My tomato was sure to win until a certain someone decided they couldn't bear to lose.
Hey, don't try to defame me in front of the kids. If we're airing out each other's dirty laundry now, then why don't we talk about you sneaking into Janat's garden the other night?
Lucky for you, seeing these youngsters come to pay their respects today has put me in a better mood. I'll let you off the hook, for now. Come on, let's go. We'll take our conversation elsewhere. He doesn't need to be a...
Yes, of course.
Oh iya, coba nunjukin. Nih, bawah nih. Di sini nih. Tuh. Nggak sulit sih, ini tinggal cari jalan aja. Nggak kayak apa yang di ini ya. Di apa? Mana sih? Nih, di Watatumi Island. Ke akses ke map barunya itu. Jalan ini tinggal cari jalan sendiri sih, apa nggak apa ya trial and error aja. Ya ke arah sini, ini masuk ke sini sih, masuk ke dalam sini. Nanti ada goa, masuk ke dalam, nanti lurus kena sini deh. Itu dapat tuh bosnya. Nggak sulit sih harusnya.
Is Faranak still doing well?
Yes, as far as I know. She left for Fontaine some time ago and started a new life for herself. She's still doing work related to architecture, though.
Bawah tanahnya cuma bos doang sih. Cuma bos doang kok. Nggak terlalu bawah tanah banget. Bawah tanah cuma bosnya doang. Bos hijau doang.
Ah, yes. I did hear about that.
Para anak
Did that
ibunya
upset
ya.
you at all?
No, not at all. She's already sacrificed a lot raising me as a single mother.
That's good to hear. Your mother did struggle quite a bit those few years. It's probably a good thing that she found a new place to call home. Sometimes I wonder if things were harder for her because she was so beautiful. People were always drawn to her beauty first, only to realize she had a sensitive and vulnerable heart underneath. She was still quite young when she first joined my class as a student. Beautiful and radiant with her golden hair, yet quiet and single-minded. She seemed like a lass from some aristocratic house who was seeing the... She had to make a lot of drastic changes in her life to raise you on her own. Even during her time in the academia, she was a thorough perfectionist. If she was unsatisfied with something she had made, she'd insist on redoing it, even if I was perfectly happy with it. She had many admirers, and they'd always fill up the first few rows of seats, hoping they could get closer to her sitting in the first row. If it were any of my other classes, you'd have found nobody sitting in the front. But every time I saw her, she was always in that same rigid pose. She'd have one hand on her forehead with the other clutching her pencil. Her eyebrows would be knitted in a frown as she concentrated on the blueprint in front of her.
Nih. Oh, buka pensil.
I'm sure she had many difficult moments in her life. How did she cope with the stress?
I'm not too sure. She never talked about such things with me. She rarely opened up to other people, you know. I do remember one time, though, when she got into a heated argument with a friend. She said something I found very memorable. She said, "True art cannot be understood, but as an artist, I wish some people could understand its meaning and value." If you ask me, that's probably the greatest source of pain for geniuses of their craft. It's extremely hard for them to find someone who can truly understand their ideas.
So that's how it is. I wonder if the password could be...
Confess.
I tried both just now.
What are you trying to do?
My mother left her notebook to me, but it has a password and I haven't figured out what it is yet. I'm trying to learn more about her so I'd have a better chance at cracking the code. Thank you for all that you told us.
It's the least I can do. Talking to youngsters like yourself makes me feel younger too. Honestly, looking at you now, I can see how much you resemble her. Your personalities are quite alike too. You're both stubborn and both a little awkward. Of course, I'm sure the similarities are mostly superficial. But so long as you continue to harbor those traits, I've taught a lot of students over my career, and in my experience, very few genius architects of Ksharawar ever found happiness for them. They would know exactly what they want to express and fight for it tooth and nail, which inevitably led to arguments with their clients. Some clients would choose to respect the architect's vision or just let the argument go because of the architect's reputation, but those are the rare ones. When Faranak first graduated, she was getting into arguments with her clients nearly every single day. I think it only got a little better when she met your father.
I see. But could he understand the designs my mother made?
No, I think they were probably beyond him, too. But despite that, he still stayed next to her, listening to her joys and sharing. And Faranek had many admirers, but she ended up choosing your father. His support probably played a part in that decision.
So instead of understanding, perhaps all we need is just companionship. Huh, it worked!
Oh, was that the right password?
Yes!
Then you should be on your way, child. find a quiet place and see what she wanted to say to you. Being the awkward person that she is, I suppose there were many things that Faranek could never say out loud. Instead, she probably left them in her diary, hoping that they would make their way to you one day. If you're ever in a mood to chat again, just come and find me here. You're always welcome to discuss architecture topics with me as well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
There's no need to be so formal. I'll let you kids go. It's time for me to take another stroll around the vegetable garden.
I wonder what my mother could have written about.
They all say Zaha Hadid's class is the toughest, but I think it's actually not too bad. On the other hand, though, structural mechanics is definitely a pain, no matter how you try to approach it. I doubled down and managed to get through it in the end. I met someone special. At first, I didn't think much of him, but now, I feel very happy whenever I get to spend time with him. We decided to name our son Kaveh. I don't think a younger me would have ever imagined forming such an intimate bond with another person. Back then, I lived only in the shadow of myself, as well as that of the dream in my heart. The bad news came. And even though it's been several days now, I still can't bring myself to come to terms with what happened. My eyes are so swollen, it's hard to see. But I have to face reality. I still have someone to take care of. No matter what happens, I'll do my best to raise my son on my own.
Huh? Is this a drawing? Seems like it was done by my mother.
Yang utama Genshin, terus apa sama Goddess of Victory Nike sih paling itu utama. Dulu sih ini aku intensif main apa Mobile Legends. Sekarang apa nggak apa main kalau pengen main tok Legend terus udah itu aja. Dulu main Honkai Star Rail tapi apa stop dulu, malas main aku. Ini mau comeback sih kayaknya, tapi nggak tahu mau pengen kapan sih, ntar lihat keinginanku sih. Kayak Star Rail aku main beberapa game sih sebenarnya. Kalau game-game, oh iya aku ingat aku main ini juga, Geometry Dash, kalau tahu ya, sama dan lain-lain.
This blonde man was probably my father. But who are the other people in the picture? Huh? Why do a few of them look somewhat familiar? From the dates in the notebook, she probably drew this more than 30 years ago. I hadn't even been born yet. Maybe we were thinking too much. Oh, there are a few lines written in the...
The one who invited us to the gathering is a talkative woman. Including us, 3 couples showed up. There was also a person who came alone.
Aduh, Genes enggak sayangnya. Belum lihat.
The talkative woman introduced everyone to each other. She spoke really quickly, so I couldn't quite catch everything she said. But I also didn't feel like asking her to repeat herself. My husband seems to be friends with the man with long ears. I couldn't really join their conversation, so I've resigned myself to sitting in a corner and drawing in my notebook. I don't think I'd be able to become friends with any of these people, especially that stiff-looking couple.
Oh iya, dulu tuh ada apa? Ya sekarang masih ada sih. Awal fantasi tuh MMORPG dulu seneng banget sampai 6 bulan doang bertahan dari awal rilis. Dan aku nggak megang lagi abis itu. Oh, nonton anime nggak juga sih ya. Tapi ngikut dikit-dikit dikit doang sih. Nggak banyak nih. Oh, tapi kemarin nonton anime tuh enggak sih. Itu film sih. Apa? Suzume no Todimari tuh. Itu film. Itu bagus banget sih. Yang lain aku belum seluas itu sih nonton anime sih, kan. Sebelum itu yang basic itu yang dulu aku nonton Dragon Ball. Itu aja paling. Apa lagi? Oh, yang modelnya AOT, Jujutsu Kaisen gitu nggak terlalu sih. Jujutsu Kaisen tuh ikut beritanya aja sih. Siapa lagi ya? Itu aja sih. Mohon maaf tapi aku ini ya bukan, malah justru ya nggak terlalu suka yang terlalu romans sih. Aku tipe apa ya yang ada actionnya gitu suka sih. Romance nggak terlalu sih. Action adventure gitu sih.
That man is certainly very handsome, but he would constantly alternate between disjointed and serious ways of talking. His wife is a bit more bearable. We were not acquainted with each other to begin with, and I doubt we'll see each other again after this gathering. The ambiance of this gathering is surprisingly pleasant, however. Talking to people can allow us to find some peace after a long day. Maybe my son will also partake in these gatherings in the future.
Oh,
I hope he'll be able to make many friends.
Who would have thought my mother used to attend that kind of thing? It seemed she was only good at talking about her own work and found it difficult to join into other conversations. As a result, there's more written on the back. Oh, it seems like it was written to me.
Kaveh. I was both overjoyed and distressed when I learned of your decision to continue your studies in Kashar. You are very talented, and I am confident that you will become an architect of much acclaim. However, the more talented you are as an artist, the more misery and anguish you may encounter. No one will be able to help you during your journey as an artist.
Oh.
But outside of your life as a creator, you can learn to form connections with other people and enjoy many other things in life. It's the only way to alleviate your suffering. Whenever you feel down, seek out a friend to sit and have a chat. You can accumulate joy and fulfillment by spending time with them.
Oh, keren.
The positive feelings you gain will get you through the long and difficult years. Never forget that companionship is the most important thing of all.
So that's the answer she prepared for me. She really thought long and hard about me and my well, now that I've read her words, do you think I should accept Tainari's invite and attend that dinner at Pardis Di?
Belum. Emang nanti nggak mau ikut?
The thought definitely crossed my mind. Although it'd be nice to get together with friends and chat the night away, I don't want to bring down other people's moods because I'm sad. Besides, don't most people hate the feeling of seeing their friends troubled and being unable to help? And what's worse, nearly all of my problems can't be easily resolved with some encouraging words or gesture. And don't forget, I'm also older than all of them. As their senior, I should appear to be a bit more responsible. Huh, you're right. I really didn't expect to run into him here. I swear, his nose must be just as sensitive as his ears. Well then, I guess it's best that we go and join him for dinner. That means I'll owe him yet another meal now. You know what? I'm not going to overthink it. I'll see you tomorrow at Pardis DI.
Mari. Sore. Sini. Sure. Orang Jawa masih setengah iya sih. Tapi kok lahirnya di Jakarta. Orang tuaku keturunan Jawa. Ini ya logatnya ya. Oh di sana tuh. Terus sampai aja. Lanjut lu bro. Ya ada Babang Mahamutar lagi.
Oh, Hatham also got my invite, right? Will he be coming to join us?
That guy? He's never been a fan of social gatherings. I wouldn't get my hopes up if I were you.
Iya emang model-model Jawa emang kok sebenarnya. Tapi lahirnya di Jakarta. Orang tuaku di Jawa sih. Jawa semua. Nggak salah kok. Nggak salah. Yo, ini logat Jawa ya.
Are you sure? All right then. I guess we won't wait for him.
Jadi ajak dia.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, maybe we should give him a little more time. We can keep chatting for a while longer.
Oh, sure.
You still haven't told me, what's the occasion for getting us together here at Pardis DI?
We're celebrating the end of the first phase of Kale's studies.
Ooh.
I wanted to thank you all for the help you've given her along the way.
Kale.
Then where's Kale?
Nanya dia.
She said she wanted to show everyone a bit of what she's learned, so she's still doing some last-minute prep at home. She'll be here shortly. Anyway, let's get started. To tell you the truth, I'm actually not so confident that the second phase, the curriculum will become a lot more involved, and I'm worried that she won't be able to get through all of it. I was hoping we could brainstorm about it together before she gets here.
I knew this wouldn't be just a simple free dinner. Is that why you also invited all Hatham?
Yes. I thought it would be good if we could all put our heads together. Anyway, let's take a quick trip down memory lane. What did you guys do when you ran into a problem that you didn't know how to solve? Or got assigned a project that you knew you weren't going to finish on time?
Bisa kayak kena masalah, nggak tahu cara mengatasinya. Si proyek. Jurnal.
Never happened to me.
Aduh. Emang ya sok isi going orang.
I'd just pull another all-nighter.
Yes.
You two are hopeless. Does anyone have a more useful answer to the question?
Hopeless yung ada open.
Ooh, that's a good point. Confidence is the most important thing. Once you lose your sense of confidence, it'll become all but impossible to find the motivation to study.
This could be a potential direction. I have already redesigned the literacy curriculum, and I was originally hoping to ask Al-Haytham for his...
It's very simple. Instead of focusing on the amount of material you would like to teach, focus on the amount the student would be able to remember.
Ya, teng dia. Tiba-tiba emang orang.
Wow, you actually showed up. I could probably count the number of times you've actually come to gatherings like this on just one hand.
It's still more than the number of times you've managed to get a proposal approved on the first try.
As long as you're still aware. So, what made the difference this time? Are you looking to drink your sorrows away with some friends?
Di real life suka genre romance. Oh iya. Enggak, maksudnya aku nggak terlalu suka romance tuh secara general sih. General nggak terlalu suka. Nggak tahu sih. Aku lebih menarik kayak ya action adventure action adventure gitu seru. Suka ya kurang lebih gitu sih. Oh sama companionship apa gitulah. Iya jujur nih aku nggak terlalu ngelirik komen sih.
That's your purpose for being here, not mine. Don't project your ways of thinking onto me.
So you're saying the only reason you came is to help Tainari with his brainstorming?
Precisely. Kale will have a long road in front of her.
Hey, just to get one thing clear. Even if Kale manages to make her way to the academia, we cannot let her enroll in Haravatat. Kasharawar is obviously the best choice for her. She's been a trainee forest ranger for so long, she'll definitely be good with her hands.
What are you saying? Spontamad is the better choice.
Ya Allah,
It's
ini
where I
lagi
graduated from, after all.
Oh. Dia suka sama apa ya? Meleleh gitu ya nih. Kayak apa harus kaget dulu gak sih? Waduh. Oh, dia suka sama gua. Oke gitu ya. Itu paling natural sih paling pokoknya. Nanti yang perasaan menonjol paling keluar itu ya itulah yang terjadi. Kalau sepantau aja ya, sepantamat. Wah, elah ini orang ini.
Then what about Amorta? That's the darshan her master actually
There are only 2 other darshans left. We might as well select all of them on her enrollment application.
I'm trying to have a serious discussion here. Traveler, you aren't associated with any of the 6 darshans. In your opinion, which darshan would be the best choice for Kale?
Yes, best tahu. Apakah diterima cintanya tidak tahu gitu. Itu sih tergantung kehendak sih wah. Soalnya kalau kasih pertanyaan nggak apa-apa kok. Oh, gue seneng. Menghibur loh pertanyaannya. Gak apa-apa lah, enggak apa. Ini lifestyle ada yang ngeramein tuh, gue seneng banget sih. Betul. Udah lifestyle ngeramein kayak gini tuh seru, gak apa-apa, gue seneng banget. Space 2 tahun dulu.
Agreed. And my goal in inviting you here was to gather some thoughts on the execution of this second
Wah,
phase.
gila, belajar lagi.
Phase 2 far exceeds Phase 1 in both curriculum complexity and the speed of instruction. I hope Kale has prepared herself for what is coming.
Hey, what are you thinking now? Please don't tell me you're planning on lending her those abstruse books from your home library.
Dia kafe overthinking mulu.
Actually, I was thinking about lending her a professions guide.
I'll make sure to write, "Don't become an architect" on the front page of that. You're right, I can't deny that.
Is there another phase after Phase 2? What's the ultimate goal of all of this? Are we trying to prepare her for a job in the academia?
We don't need to think that far ahead. Hold that thought, though. I think my vegetables are done.
Sayur.
I'm telling you, that client had no idea what he was talking about. No matter what I did,
Oh, mabuk lagi
he
dia.
had something bad to say about it.
Aduh, tipe cewek. Kayak gimana ya? Itu pertanyaan sulit yang apa ya? Ada beberapa orang nanya gitu ke gue juga gimana ya? Gini. Ada cantik boleh bonus banget sih. Yang penting apa? Kayak apa really kind of heart gitu gak sih? Terus nggak itu bonus itu kayaknya itu wah bonus lah yang penting mungkin yang lebih banyak ngomong dari gua kali ya saya itu kayak atau enggak yang ini sih yang bisa nada lah itu paling.
Have you considered finding another client?
Aku bukan tipe yang nyari body apa cantik gitu, enggak juga sih. Latar belakang sih, latar belakangnya juga gua perlu tahu. Sudah. Iyalah. Tadi belum ada siapa-siapa lah. Jadi ya live santai aja lah. Live lagi live live hidup santai ya. Cuek juga jangan cuek juga sih.
They're all the same. I haven't had a good night's sleep for months now. Who do they think they are, ordering me to alter my design over and over again just because they have some mora?
It's too late now to change careers. You might as well try to find some joy in the pain. Besides, you'll be getting up in the middle of the night to make edits to your own design even when the client doesn't request it.
No. That's
not true.
Cheer up, Kaveh. I'll tell you a new joke.
Aduh, bahaya.
We'll save that for the end, Sino. You can keep it to yourself until then.
Whatever. I'm not going to use my brain anymore. Let's drink tonight to our heart's content.
Naik gunung. Bromo. Iya itu aja sih. Yang bener-bener naik ke atas ya itu. Apa lagi ya? Itu aja sih. Kalau naik gunung besar gitu pengen sebenarnya, cuma belum ini aja, belum kesampaian. Iya, Bromo, Gunung Bromo. Wah udah, ya ada kolenya, jadi dia mau di foto doang. Ini apa simpen? Oh ini foto kayak. Ya ini selesai. Wow. 3/4/5 selesai. Oh, gila. Lagi ya?
People are used to the desert life.
Nah, event belum. Event yang besok nih.
Still, I hope that one.
Besok ada ini. Habis. Terus. Enak pasti ya, iya. Aku belum nemu temen yang suka naik gunung gitu ya sih, belum nemu ya. Nyari dulu lah. Siapa yang mau gunung itu ya? Karena belum lagi kayaknya. Terus masih ada 2 lagi nih, kayaknya sama kayak nggak mungkin ya, udah jam 10. Nah.
An oasis of their own.
Iya. Ah, kok sorry nggak apa-apa. Ya kuliah nggak. Bukan ini lagi gadget phone kok, santai aja. Ya makanya setengah udah jadi 5:30. Butuh waktu lah, maksudnya gitu lah. Nggak, santai aja kok. Sambil pas bentar lagi ya, setengah ini deh, setengah 11 UN deh. Ini ada waktu kosong dikit. Masih ini kok, masih apa? Aku tambah waktunya sampai ini kok, setengah 11, santai aja. Masih ada waktu dikit deh. Besok ketemu lagi kok kalau bisa ini. Besok ketemu lagi kalau bisa mampir. Aku banyak ini juga sih, kerjaan lain. Ya tugas lah sebenarnya. Ini cuma hilang ya. IV nggak ada. Oh berarti sebenarnya baca tuh berarti udah ada bekasnya. Oh iya. Iya, makasih kembali loh. Buat have fun-nya. Oh iya. kita masukin halaman. Oke. IVI 6. Wah, keluar chest bro.
I call dibs.
VII. RTM. Nggak Japan. Jujur ini nggak ini sih, nggak demen nih. Mohon maaf sih. Plus apa ya? Streamer Indo ya, streamer Indo sini yang tuh tuh kayak langka banget guys. Plus ya, tapi emang orang-orang sukanya dub JP sih ya sih.
The desert's a
Tapi
tough
aku
adversary,
ini
but at least it doesn't hide anything.
nggak
What you
suka.
see is what you get, and whether you take on the challenge is entirely up to you.
Tapi aku ya tahu sedikit-sedikit aja sih, karena kan sering nontonin orang dub JP sih. Tuh. Terus aku suka apa ya? Ya dub PN tuh karena apa ya? Kayak lebih apa ya? Kayak di Inggris tuh kayak ya biasa denger lah, enak gitu guys. Lebih mengerti gitu lah. Kalau dub JP kan yang aku tangkap dari orang lain kan, wah suaranya apa, aktornya ini itu gitu. Iya, streaming dub JP. Mainstream jatuh ya. Kemarin ini sih ya. Aku belum ada ketertarikan juga ke dub JP gitu sih. Oh ya, kalau ada yang nggak suka, mohon maaf banget ya. Maklumin saya. Ketebak ya. Iya Pak. Aku gitu suka sih, tapi sekarang lagi nggak ngikut banget sih. Fotos dan lain-lain.
My people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll be able to find an oasis of their own and leave the sandstorms behind for a better life.
Ya gitu deh. Uh. Terus apa lagi ya? Tapi akhir-akhir, oh iya, aku akhir-akhir ini belakangan ini emang lagi jarang nonton-nontonan sih ya, nggak tahu. Ketertarikanku lagi berkurang atau gimana gitu sih. Tapi mungkin gue coba ngulangin waktu lagi lah paling. Buat ya nonton atau apa segala macam sih. Nonton film maksudnya. Tinggi buka.
I hope we find long-lost ancient literature.
CD 1 dan 2. Kalau lagi waktunya kosong, saya main game. Oh, aku juga ini yo, main apa? Game-game lama gitu ya, kayak game PopCap gitu main sih. Game PopCap sama game boss gitu kadang-kadang main. Misalnya Genshin juga, Goddess of Victory Nike itu yang utama terus. Di game ada Geometry Dash juga, aku juga sering main sih sebenarnya. Itu yang paling sering main. Game lain tuh banyak sebenarnya. Oh ya, kok juga penggemarnya I'm on Observation Duty ya, game kamera ya. Kayak satu lagi ya. Saudara. Oh, masih satu lagi ya. Ini belum selesai ya. Ini belum nemu atau apa. Oh, ada yang belum ya?
Now, this is what I call a moment of
Sebentar.
solitude.
Besar. Baca. Oh, XII-nya belum ketemu data ya. Oh, kita. Oke, game apa? Game aja. Oh, aduh, aku bawa baca lagi kayak kalau lagi waktunya kosong saya main game aja. Oh, ya game apa? Maaf salah baca. Game aja enggak juga sebenarnya. Aku biasanya baca kayak novel gitu. Oh enggak, nonton YouTube sih. Nonton sama baca novel juga kadang-kadang sih. Kayak paling sekarang ini nonton YouTube orang. Nggak coba game aja sih.
I wanna be an adventurer too.
Oh justru game malah ini. Game malah nggak sering. Oh serene. Sana mana sana? Oh sini kayak. Oh iya. Oh ini. Oh pakai subgroup ininya, tukernya aku baru tahu. Oh ini buat questnya, aku baru tahu loh. Kok. Nah, balik ke sini. Baca manhwa enggak sih? Novels. Novels bareng novel aja sih. Model-modelnya manhwa tuh apa ya manhwa ya? Model-modelnya kayak Terelie gitu guys, Terelie gitu sih. Terelie Ahmad Fatih. Oh enggak ya random gitu. Us akhirnya. Benet buka.
Even better than I imagined. It's my lucky day.
Berarti udah ya. Kayak aku udah selesai nih. Mau apa? Mau nanya apa? Mau kepo apa lagi? Kira-kira. Ini sebelum aku tutup ya. Aku masih kepo satu lain hal gitu. manhwa. Oh, aku belum suka ke bawah. Manhwa apaan manhwa? Kita searching ya. Manhwa ini.
If memory can be made into a book.
Oke, platform gitu ya. Oh.
Doing
Baca.
detective work means you gotta walk the walk.
Oh enggak, aku
No, I mean literally. I need to search high and low for evidence.
ini aku sambil share screen. Apa nggak? Nggak usah deh. Ih. Enggak, aku nggak baca. Oh, aku ya, aku habis ini lagi nge-search manhwa. Oh gitu. Ini ya apa namanya? Novel visual ya? Enggak, aku kayak tulisan gitu sih. Ya udah bang, thanks deh bang. Udah bantu saya dan minta maaf kok. Katanya oke santai saja.
If memory can be made into a book.
Santai aja oke ya. Kayak teks banget loh. Wow. Udah ngeramein nih. Oke deh. Oke, aku penutupan deh. Terima kasih banget yang udah datang ke stream. Lumayan agak rame ya. Absenin deh. Oke. Daxia itu yang kemarin datang tuh. Si Sunmon. Minta ini subscribe ya. Udah subscribe-nya sini Rusia Crimson Wave. Juga meaningful conversation deh. Komik oh iya, novel visual. Aku lihat searching. Itu kan.
Memory can be made into a book.
Oke, makasih banget. Setelah ini aku pamit undur diri dulu. Makasih ya. Udah datang ke bye-bye. Sampai jumpa di besok besok ada nih.